Wprowadzając te elementy architektury muzealnej, czy powiedzmy quasi-muzealnej, chcieliśmy z jednej strony zaznaczyć swoją własną pozycję i własną świadomość tego, że wojnę łatwo przemienić jest w spektakl. Z drugiej strony te ławeczki stanowią również aluzję do muzeów w Ukrainie, które często pozostają otwarte i udostępniają zbiory, pomimo tego, że ich gmachy ulegają zniszczeniom. Pracują tam bardzo dzielne osoby, które mają bardzo głębokie poczucie misji i poczucie, że wojna nie powinna zatrzymywać w zupełności ich pracy i nie powinna zatrzymywać rozwoju kultury. Więc również projektując tę architekturę, chcieliśmy zaznaczyć pewną ambiwalencję związaną z tym, w jaki sposób artyści, muzealnicy, czy mówiąc szeroko świat sztuki, mierzy się z doświadczeniem wojny w Ukrainie i dla wielu uczestników współczesnego świata sztuki to też można powiedzieć jest pewien trud związany z pokonywaniem przeciwności. I wreszcie, jeżeli rozejrzycie się uważnie, znajdziecie w tej przestrzeni także takie drobne obiekty, które przypominają o tych wielu życiach, o tych wielu porządkach praktyki i myślenia, które czasami nikną w cieniu wojennej walki, ale które współcześni Ukraińcy, tacy jak właśnie członkowie Gram Group, Denis i Faina, starają się jakoś z trudnym wojennym doświadczeniem integrować.
Jestem otoczony całym światem. Od Wisły idzie zapach wilgoci, rośnie mi powoli gruba skóra. Zdaje mi się, że poważnie pracuję. Poważnie pracuję. Ręce. Dzień dzikiej pracy, Wisła lśni jak DVD, a mnie się wojna śni. Eryk, młody kleryk gra pieśni. Eryk, twardy, mnie się śni. Ręce, wojna, ty, co ci się śni? Ręce.
Après avoir demandé l'amnistie, connaît maintenant les conditions dictées par les pays. Il résulte de ces conditions que les forces françaises de terre, de mer et de l'air seraient entièrement démobilisées, que nos armes seraient livrées, que le territoire français serait totalement occupé et que le gouvernement français prendrait l'indépendance de l'Allemagne et de
вона гріється, у нас дуже холодно. І вона гріє лапи. Їй 17 років. Вона вже в нас.
Так, добре. Вітаю. Мене звати Софія.
Добрий день. Мене звуть чи вечір, мене звуть Тамара Довгич.
Так. Я трошки представлю, так, дуже коротко. Тамара Довгич – це кінознавчиня та ветеранка війни. І ми сьогодні будемо з пані Тамарою розмовляти трошки про... Я маю декілька питань. Може, я почну з того, що я запитаю трошки розповісти про себе. Хто ви та як почалася ваша любов до кіно?
Я зараз працюю завідуючи відділу кіномистецтва в музеї Київському музеї театру, музики та кіномистецтва України. Ми знаходимося в Печерській лаврі. До речі, ми з вами познайомилися на першому ветеранському форумі.
Так, власне, сьогодні мені частина нашої команди сказала, що ми насправді з вами вже знайомі, але я з вами ще не познайомилась. І що... Так.
Це був кластер Краків, до речі.
Так, а це була мантра для Києва тоді, так?
Так. І ми тоді познайомилися, обмінялись інформацією друг один про одного, але так, ой, мамочки, вона закрила все. Нічого страшного, да? Так. Але так воно так тільки зараз вийшло, що стало цікаво розмовляти один з одним.
Угу.
Ось. І я кінознавець ще 2006 року випуск, який це відійди вже якось, ладно, не ходить. Ось. І потім після цього працювала по кінознавству як соціолог, потім був Майдан, потім трошки повоювала, а потім так сталося, що з 22-м роком дуже багато людей виїхало і знадобилось. І в гуманітарному блоці в Києві дуже багато стало вільних місць буквально для великої кількості людей, що мають бажання працювати. І таким чином я опинилася на цій посаді. Моя попередниця 22 року у Франції, а її співробітниця року в Германії. Ось таким чином є на певний момент ліфта соціального, і я дуже цим здивована, бо я ніяк не думала, що я кінознавець знайду у Києві роботу за дипломом. Це такий момент, можливо, цікавий навіть.
Так, це цікаво. Окей, зрозуміла. Тоді я би ще запитала, як ваша військова служба вплинула на ваш погляд на українське кіно?
Я там працювала деякий час, навіть на українське кіно. Коли я була в армії, то була велика проблема, як робити є такі, армія ЗСУ ділиться на ОК Схід, на ОК Захід, на ОК Південь. Я була на ОК Захід. Такий військовий округ. Була велика проблема, як робити короткі відео про військових, про життя військових, котрі можна кидати на СМІ. І як це робити, щоб воно хоч якось було цікаво дивитись, це такий час.
Так.
От, я навіть там була 2 місяці в управлінні, навіть ставила на короткий метр, супер короткий метр, і трошки вчила, як робити ці відео, як знімати. І я зараз бачу, що звичайно, з'явилися моменти дронів, багато айтішників, але я все одно бачу свою школу, так би мовити.
Ага.
Але на кіно, скоріше всього, не так, як кіно. Як мене, знаєте, мене дуже вразило, що коли я стала працювати кінознавцем, і я почала, іменно в цьому музеї, а музей у нас дуже старий, він 23-го року народження, і я почала розробляти план роботи і пов'язаний з українським кінематографом. І на кількох круглих столах я дуже здивувалася, що наскільки змінилося з точки зору кінознавчої такої погляду, в тому сенсі, що справа я сиділа під великою... Мені дивитися у кадр чи не треба? Чи це не має значення?
Як вважаєте, насправді? Я
Добре.
слухаю.
Добре. І я дуже здивувалася, що стара гвардія, котра кінознавців, а це колись була дуже велика впливова професія, бо це були редактора і цензура. І це такі були люди, котрі взагалі працювали на ідею, дивилися, наскільки це все підходить під ті ідеї, особливо, наприклад, комуністичні ідеї, і випускали чи не випускали фільми. Бачите, це ми такі були круті. Я ці часи не застала. Але річ в тому, що ця стара гвардія або фізично вмерла, або вони просто перестали бути у дійсності. І зараз йде така штука, що колись, це цікаво, да? Колись під великою парасолею радянського кінознавчого могутнього дуже егрегора виникла маленька така колоніальна теорія українського кіно. Вона колоніальна. Вона звучить дуже прекрасно, але вона колоніальна по своєї суті. І зараз, коли щез, особливо з ескалацією, щез вплив саме кремлівський такий, московський, то ця колоніальна теорія стала пануючою. І, на жаль, це, трошки жорстко скажу, це має назву українського поетичного кіно. Її придумали в Москві в 1971 році кінознавець Юрій Блейман, котрий побачив київські витоки у фільмах Юрія Ільєнка, який намагався наслідувати Довженка, тому що думав, що Параджанов це робить. Складно, да, звучить? Чи нормально?
Трошки складно, але я стараюсь ловити.
Ага, добре.
Глібка, тут за кадром кажуть, що понятно.
Добре. Річ в тому, що Сергій Параджанов мав 3 вчителів. Ігоря Савченко, першого свого вчителя, українця. Потім Савченко помирає, і на рік їх веде в ГІКу Олександр Петрович Довженко. Це маленький рік був. Олександр Петрович Довженко був дуже дивний вчитель. Але якщо буде цікаво, я розкажу про це потім. Але потім, коли він приїхав у Київ, Сергій Параджанов став учнем Данила Демуцького, генія. А Данило Демуцький – це представник видатної київської школи операторів, кінооператорів, котрі виникли ще в Києві за часів Російської імперії. Київ тоді був одним з центрів культурних, театральних та кінофото центрів Східної Європи. Ось, і Данило Демуцький – учень Миколи Петрова. Микола Петров був, до речі, чудовий викладач. Він, до речі, росіянин, так що він не входить в українське поетичне кіно, вибачте. Я прокажу про іншу справу, про київську цивілізацію. І Данило Демуцький, хлопчик з дуже гарної родини, він син Порфірія Демуцького, це хори України. Він виріс у Маєтки біля Київщини. І він був відомим оператором і зробив «Земля» Довженко, зрозуміло, да? Рівень.
Так.
От. І ось він пригріває Сергія Параджанова, коли той повертається, починає працювати у Києві після ГІКу. Але річ в тому, що Данило Демуцький, крім того, що учень Миколи Петрова, він ще березолець. Він працював в фотолабі Березоля Леся Курбаса, котрого розстріляли в 37-му році. Це був останній європейський режисер України. І його ім'я тоді не можна було взагалі називати. Нормально, да? Улавлюєте?
Так.
Да,
Ми нещодавно дивилися про Леся Курбаса, і ми розуміємо контекст.
Отак, добре. Курбас був учень, він був дійсно європейський, бо він був учень Макса Рейнхарда і Отто Брама у Відні. Він цього багато набрався, плюс додав український вертеп. І тут у Києві з 23-го року тут було розбуяло цвітом. Взагалі він з 16-го року в Києві. Він був спершу актором Миколи Садовського, театру Корифеїв, київський. Так. Зрозуміло, да? Нормально іде. І ось коли Демуцький потрапляє на зйомки Ігоря Савченка, повертаємося до Параджанова, тому що сьогодні у нас 24-й рік, рік ЮНЕСКО, рік Сергія Параджанова, і президент України нагородив Сергія Параджанова посмертною нагородою «Національна легенда України». І ця нагорода буде в нашому музеї. Ха-ха.
Вітаю.
Вона буде в нашому... Дякую. Дякую. Ось, розповідати далі, да?
Так, я
Добре.
слухаю.
Добре. В 48-му році Ігор Савченко, він такий український режисер, але він дуже комуністичний. Починає робити фільм Тарас Шевченко. А Параджанов в нього був вже ж студентом. І він всіх своїх студентів брав асистентами фільму свого. Він взяв асистентами Параджанова і всіх, щоб бігали, каву носили. І вчились. Без гумору Параджанов навчився у нього робити мізансцени, це дуже важливо, працювати з акторами і робити організацію, продюсер, як робити фільми. І, до речі, він знайшов головного героя на фільм Тарас Шевченко, Сергія Бондарчука, і як розповідають, що вони сидять у столові, їдальні студентські, їдять кислу капусту. 48-й рік, розумієте? Тільки війна закінчиться, голодовка страшна, і в Москві теж. І їдять тільки кислу капусту з куском хліба, студенти. І ось заходить молодий Сергій Бондарчук, і Сергій Параджанов каже, оце і буде Тарас Шевченко. Але вони йому не повірили. Тож Сергій Йосифович змусив їх зібрати студентську стипендію, зробити грим і показати Ігорю Савченку. І так, Ігор Савченко узяв Сергія Бондарчука в цей фільм. Взагалі, Параджанов був візіонером, він дуже багато вмів бачити. Але така случилась трагедія, що на цьому фільмі виявився Данило Демуцький, метр і бог кінооператорського мистецтва. Це і Березоль, це і Лесь Курбас, і це Микола Петров. Уявіть собі цю людину. І рівень, і якості його, і якось будете дивитися, Опен Курбас, наприклад, в нашому музеї є світлини Демуцького, вони повні сяйва. І це стиль Миколи Петрова, тому що це красиво, це окрема лекція. Таке. І ось Савченко з Демуцьким, Савченко починає страшенно пресувати Демуцького, тому що Демуцький сам Бог, а Савченко режисер. І в цій експозиції Параджанов чомусь приймає сторону Данила Демуцького. Не чомусь, а в принципі є поняття. Але трагедія в тому, що Данило Демуцький продовжує далі жити, а Савченко помирає від сердечного приступу. Понимаєте, така історія. Печалька. І цей курс бере на себе Довженко. А Довженко ще той цікавий перець, до речі. Він мав дуже цікаву жінку, Юлію Іпполітівну Сонцеву. Така графіня Делафери, Леді Вінтер, Шарлотта Бакстер. Ніхто не знає, яке було справжнє її ім'я. Вона чомусь така, як Гала для Далі. Вона навчила Довженка, що він геній. І навчила, як це казати. Тож Олександр Петрович Довженко приходив до своїх студентів, ставав у вікна і розповідав, який чудовий комунізм, як в нього треба вірити, або який Олександр Петрович Довженко геніальний. Це була дуже добра школа, тож наш Сергій Параджанов навчився робити міфи про себе і про свою творчість. І, до речі, навчився відчувати літературу, бо Довженко був чудовий сценарист і літературознавець, і літературна людина. Він В Україні залишив повість «Зачарована Десна», а це наше надбання культурне. Тож, я так над ними сміюся, але ж розумієте, я просто так розповідаю. Так. От як я розповідаю, так я і розповідаю. Ось. Відтоді Олександр Довженко відправляє Параджанова у Київ, бо розподіляють. І він попадає до Демуцького. І, звичайно, Демуцький бере його під своє крило. І це наше велике щастя України, що так ще все сталося, саме кіномистецтва. Тому що Демуцький відчував якусь провину, бац, і вчитель вмирає, треба щось робити. І звичайно, він дуже відчуває те, що момент, що Параджанов все одно став на його сторону. Він бере його під крило, його підгодовують. В 54-му Данило Демуцький помирає, і Параджанов дуже ніжно турбується за його вдову Валентину Михайлівну. А потім з'являється «Тіні забутих предків» як пам'ятник Данилу Демуцькому. Розумієте? Все, чого навчив Данило Демуцький, це вийшло в «Тінях забутих предків». І оператор цього фільму Юрій Іллєнко, він взагалі був табула раса. І, в принципі, звичайний маленький оператор, котрий тільки що закінчив теж вдів. Але в нього була одна єдина річ. Він був дуже схожий зовнішньо на Демуцького. Параджанов намагався зробити з нього Демуцького. І віддавав йому ці всі знання. А потім, коли потім, коли стало ясно, що Демуцький, якщо ти схожий на Демуцького, то ти не Демуцький, він зробив «Стоять нова», «Колір граната». І ось там він кинув усю пластику Леся Курбаса, котру він знав. Річ в тому, що Параджанова друга дружина була донькою дипломата, і він мав можливість дивитися такі матеріали, відеоматеріали, котрі не можна було просто до них дістатися.
Тож, власне, бо тоді ще була дуже жорстка, як це називається?
Цензура.
Цензура, о.
І Лесь Курбас це була людина, котра вона була закрита інфа про неї в багатьох моментах, хоча б тому, що другий фільм, Олександр Довженко зробив 3 фільми, які дали йому славу. Це 3 фільми, вони були направлені на Європу, як частина культурної кремлівської експансії, тому що з 20-х років Кремль, більшовицький Кремль, намагався прихилити до себе культурну еліту Європи, а та, щоб давила на політичну, бо треба було мілітаризуватися, треба було якось вижити владі більшовиків, а також треба було робити третій інтернаціонал і робити ходу далі в інші Європи, в ту ж Польщу і в інші. І культурна експансія, вона має до цього дуже пряме відношення. І це називається ліва частина європейської еліти, котра частково до сих пір на боці Кремля. І саме тому виникла ця проблема з Венеціанським фестивалем, коли, може знаєте, пам'ятаєте, чули зовсім недавно 2 документальних фільми про війну.
Чули.
Так. І одної нашої, і російської. Дівчина жила там 7 місяців протизаконно на окупованій території України, знімали своє кіно, і вона була на Венеціанському фестивалі. Але нічого дивного з точки зору кінознавця. Нічого дивного.
Поясніть, чому.
Тому що в 35-му році кінематографісти французькі, нідерландські і французькі, котрі вже мали стипендію від большевиків, одночас проголошували, що фільм «Земля» Довженко – це практично документальний фільм, він геніальний, і не треба більше нічого знати про Україну. А Голодомор вже пронісся страшною силою. Фільм «Земля» якраз був предтеча Голодомору, він же про те, що треба відбирати землю у селян. Він же оспівував це. Це, тобто на Венеційському фестивалі це нормально лівацька, більшовицька, кремлівська тема. Але мене дуже стало, але для мене це був такий, знаєте, Рубікон. Я зрозуміла, що у нас в українському кіно зовсім немає авторитетів європейського рівня, акторів або сценаристів, або продюсерів, або ви знаєте, операторів, сценографів. Немає таких людей, котрі могли стати, сказати своє слово, і ви почули. І це дуже мене страшенно здивувало.
А як думаєте, які ми кроки маємо підіймати, щоб це змінити?
Я зрозуміла, що треба нищити теорію українського поетичного кіно, там, де немає Леся Курбаса, там, де немає Миколи Петрова, там, де не кажуть, що Довженко, вибачте, повністю другий свій фільм, який дав йому славу «Арсенал», узяв з фільму «Червоний арсенал» Леся Курбаса з його акторами разом і з його сценарієм. А фільми Леся Курбаса взагалі щезли. Понімаєте? Їх просто нема.
Так, власне, це дуже...
Круто, да? Річ в тому, що ніхто не думав, що ця вся ідея Леся Курбаса, правда, пішли по актори, якось несли ще курбасівські. Вони ж не всі вони були розстріляні, а режисери курбасівські були розстріляні. І привів у кіно Довженко, наприклад, Фавст Лопатинський. Він зробив 3 фільми: «Ягідка кохання», «Вася реформатор» і «Сумка діпкур'єра». І потім його ім'я щезло, залишилось тільки ім'я Довженка. А Довженко був асистентом. Оцього в цій маленькій колоніальній теорії. І тут я прийду вже до персоналії. Річ в тому, що в 71-му році, де тепер повертаємось, да? І ось, коли Юрій Ільєнко, котрий дуже схожий на Демуцького, але не Демуцький. І в «Тінях забутих предків», якщо хтось бачив з вас, може ви помічали таке особливе сяяння облич людей? Таке, знаєте, як дуже сильно відблискує. Відомий кадр, де Іван так дивиться, стоїть. Параджанов, намагаючись створити цю оптику Демуцького, а оптику великих операторів не можна повторити, бо їх самі вони шліфують і доробляють насправді. Він почав гримом це замазувати як таким вазеліном, щоб він сіяв. І потім в середині фільму він хотів навіть звільнити Ільєнка, бо той не чув його насправді. Ось, але Юрій Ільєнко дуже добре зрозумів концепцію, розумієте? Концептуально, тому що красиво це школа Миколи Петрова, тому що красиво. Все підпорядковується красі пейзажу або портрету. Демуцький пейзаж-портрет, Микола Петров пейзаж-портрет. І інший. Я просто про одного Демуцького кажу. Просто він найяскравіший, не те, що найяскравіший, а він, напевно, найвідоміший. А там же ще купа цих учнів Петрова, товариша Демуцького. І Демуцький залишив ще й операторів. Але розумієте, коли це йде з других рук, то, розумієте, сяйво гасне. Потім з третіх рук сяйво ще гасне. Тож Юрій Іллєнко взяв цю ідею, Микола школу, я так її називаю, Київська кінематографічна школа, бо Петров і Курбас, вони один одного добре знали, просто різні у них були поля такі, так би мовити. Але він взяв з третіх рук, і Демуцький, я впевнена, попередив Параджанова ніколи не казати, що він по Курбасу щось робить. Що тільки по Довженку. Довженко був успішний. У Довженка була дача Переділкіна. Не халупа-мазанка, а двоповерхова дача Переділкіна під Москвою, де жили всі ці номенклатурні письменники, розумієте? Він був дуже успішна людина. До війни Довженко був директором з кіностудії, вибачте, за Щорса, і депутатом за фільм «Щорс». Це було 3 фільми його для внутрішнього глядача.
Тобто він використав фільм як соціальний ліфт?
Ви знаєте, так, ви правильно зрозуміли цю головну ідею. Це він, Довженко ще, будучи дуже маленьким, молодим, соціально активною людиною, він був в 19-му році комісаром комісаром в Києві від наркомпросвіти і бачив, як Курбас ставив своїх легендарних гайдамаків, до речі. Потім він робив радянську раду на місцях. Знаєте, що таке робити радянську владу на місцях? Це ходити в різні села і максимально з людьми, котрі з рушницями, і запіхувати людей у колгоспи. Це історія Довженко. Потім він повертається, він дуже добре себе показав. І Дмитро Мануїльський, такий був діятель, відправляє його в Берлін з місією. Тоді в Берліні було посольство Української Народної Республіки, воно ще довго трималося. А потім ще і тут же було посольство Української Радянської Республіки. Звичайно, посольство Радянської Республіки. І уявіть собі, в південній Україні страшенний голод у 20-му році. Страшенний голод. Люди їли людей. Раніше Голодомору, це був перший Голодомор. А Довженко дають в місяць $40 стипендії від України, від наркомпросу, для того, щоб він йшов в робітничі квартали. Там були така галерея, де вчили малюванню. І він вчився малюванню. Звичайно, це була ще й робота з людьми, з робочими, з пролетаріатом. За це він отримував $40. Звичайно, він зрозумів, що дуже добре бути культурним амбасадором. Це ж краще, ніж місити багнюку десь у якомусь селі і постійно відчувати, що в тебе кулю селяни вгонять і правильно зроблять. Тож він повертається, його повертають з депешою в Берлін, із Берліну до Харкова. Він повертається з поштою такою і збирається довчатися в Берлінському академії малюванню, бо так гарно жити ж, так? І знову ж таки за гроші України, котра голодувала, бідувала. Але у Гамбурзі робітники піднімають повстання про-більшовицьке, про-комуністичне. І німецька влада розуміє, з ким вони мають справу. Лавочка закривається, Довженко залишається в Україні. І тоді він чіпляється до еліти. А еліта була, це був найкращий режисер український Лесь Курбас і курбасівці навколо нього. Бо, до речі, Лесь Курбас – перший кінорежисер України, котрий поставив 4 фільми після громадянської війни. Ці всі 4 фільми зникають. Після смерті Довженка в 56-му році Юлія Сонцева в Москві робить меморіал Довженка і максимально намагаючись зробити так, щоб Довженко був тільки він неповторний, як геній. Бо геній – це те, що не можна повторити. Да? Максимально відокремлюючи усі пов'язані з Курбасом зв'язки. Тому що в землі, наприклад, працювали актори і імпровізували актори Курбаса. Вони були ідеально підготовлені, бо Курбас мав свою техніку. Це мімодрама, органічне мовчання.
Яку техніку?
Мімодрама, органічне мовчання. Це досить складна історія. Він дуже багато студіював. У нього були лабораторії Курбаса. У нього було приблизно 6 лабораторій акторських. Одна лабораторія режисерська, фотолабораторія і макетна лабораторія, де була блискуча плеяда художників-сценографів. Це все в нашому музеї, до речі, є. Це була, по суті, Курбасівська імперія, бо ці лабораторії Березоль, це все було в Березоль. Це було мистецьке об'єднання Березоль. І в нього були свої режисери, котрим він теж давав робити постановки в Березолі. Уявіть собі, який був Курбас. Ось. І в нього була техніка мімодрами, і він виховував або органічного мовчання. Він виховував особливо інтелектуального актора. І у фільмі «Земля», до речі, дуже багато саме імпровізів акторів. І у фільмі «Звенигора» це все курбасівські актори. Це, якщо так вирізати куски, прибрати те, що не відноситься а саме акторська майстерність, то там можна побачити, як працюють актори Курбаса. Саме вони поставили цю всю історію розвитку українського кіно 30-х, 20-х років. Потім їх потихеньку почали розстрілювати. Але деякі не піддались ситуації, якось зуміли. І виніс курбасівську ідею, але це вже були другі роки, актор Мар'ян Кошельницький, може чули про нього. Після нього він довиховував такого вже 4 роки, бо тоді школа була, звичайно, вона розсипалась зі смертю Курбаса. Лестанюк, котрий ніс світло, залишки цього світла самого Леся Курбаса. І це для нас велика трагедія, що він так буквально рано пішов. В 26-му році большевики вирішили розірвати цю київську цивілізаційну структуру, це світло. Вони нічого не могли зробити з Києвом дуже в цьому. І зробили Харків столицю для того, щоб, по суті, витягнути. І вони витягли театр Березіль, змусили в Харків, де Курбаса знищили. Бо дерево не можна відірвати від своїх корінів. А наш музей цей Курбас зробив теж. Це була його ідея. Він хотів збирати все, що зв'язано з театром, і зробив таку веселу тему «Музейний податок». Він до сих пір, до речі, існує.
А як виглядає ваша робота зараз в музеї? Яку ви роль, скажімо так, робите?
Я, значить, формую кінолекції. І зараз я сформувала кінолекції в цю велику теорію київської цивілізації, котра йде і має відношення саме до того, що в нас є, до курбасівців. Це для мене важливо дуже, що це музейний продукт. От ми недавно розмовляли, до речі, з Рафалом Сіска, це директор Національного центру кінематографії у Лодзі. Він організував у Кракові, один з організаторів фестивалів «Етюда і аніма», от такий студентський, здається, кінофестиваль у Кракові. То він вже директор Національного кіномузею, то він намагається зібрати зараз усі кіномузеї в велику мережу і ділитися. А от я роблю кінолекції, бо у нас важливі експонати з 22-го року, вони в сховищі, ми не можемо їх ризикувати їми. І дещо ми не можемо піднімати з сховища просто. Але ми можемо робити інші речі. І ось, наприклад, те, що ви від мене чуєте, це частина моєї кінолекції, але вони просто про різних персонажів, наприклад, бо в мене є окремо ці кінооператори. Я вважаю, що основа нашої кінематографії – це кінооператори, котрі прийшли саме зі школи Миколи Петрова. Але вони трошки, ці кінооператори трошки загубили свою таку особливість, тому що, знаєте, світло згасає, а школу треба підтримувати живим людям, котрі знають, що ці основи, структуру, рамку. А і коли немає цих вчителів, а Данило Демуцький, виходить, віддав всі свої знання Параджанову, режисеру. Це такий унікальний момент, що він передав ці 2 школи Параджанову. І в «Стоять нові», отам є Курбас, отам пластика Курбаса, органічне мовчання, це мімодрама. І це, тобто, виходить, що «Тінь забутих предків» – це для Демуцького, просто присвята йому. Розумієте, він східна людина, вірмено-грузинський, в Грузії народився, а сам вірменин. Він дуже цінував Демуцького вчителя як свого наставника. Це для нього, він був останній його наставник. Тому такий дорогий серцю, такий важливий і такий близький для нього. Ось так. А коли до українського поетичного кіно нам треба відірватися від колоніальності. Річ в тому, що Юлія Іпполітівна Сонцева була дуже близька до КДБ, саме тому Довженко був такий молодець. Берлін і все інше. Ось. І тому він мав можливість від'їжджати в Європу, а Курбаса не випускали, врешті-решт знищили. Ось. І коли... А Параджанов казав, я учень Довженка, я учень Довженка, я учень Довженка, як навчив Демуцький, молодець. Він дуже був талановитий учень. І, до речі, Параджанов таки вийшов правильного режисера, насправді. Оце як нова, це Коля Рената, це видно. Що це він робив фільм, такий стиль режисерських фільмів, котрий розвиває саме мистецтво. Не для глядачів, а це є така, знаєте, показовий майстер-клас для розвитку мистецтва. Вони штовхають мистецтво. Іноді фільм поєднується з таким з глядацьким, і тоді він і штовхає мистецтво, і його люблять глядачі. Як, наприклад, було у Рідлі Скотта з тим, що біжить по лезу 80-х. Там якраз штовхали мистецтво, і глядачі дуже класно прийняли. А у Параджанова так трошки їм саме штовхаючи мистецтво. От. І, коротше кажучи, коли Юрій Довженко зрозумів, що навіщо бути таким собі оператором, можна бути Довженко. Але ж він не розумів, що це Лесь Курбас і Демуцький. Розумієте? Це треті руки. А Параджанова було дві великі таємниці. Діаманти родини Параджанових і те, що Курбас і Микола Петров в основі того, що дав Демуцький йому. От. І він почав це робити. І якщо Параджанова прийняли «Тіні забутих предків», до речі, дуже тепло. І навіть влада радянська прийняла. Чому? Тому що в Україні тоді був всесильний Микола Бажан. А Микола Бажан знав Демуцького ще в 20-ті роки, коли починали кінематограф після громадянської війни в Одесі. Але вони не були конкуренти. Бажан був поетом, а Демуцький оператором, їм не було чого ділити, і вони дружили, товаришували. Тож Микола Бажан, котрий був номенклатурно дуже сильною особистістю, він прихильно віднісся до Параджанова, і до нього, в принципі, не було ніяких питань. Коли ж Іллєнко почав це робити, тут виник Юрій Блеман, котрий сказав, він просто дуже гарно відчув, він сказав, що це київський кінематограф починає сяяти. Розумієте? Київський кінематограф. Тут виникає Юлія Іпполітівна Сонцева, наша шановна вдова Олександра Петровича Довженка, котра швидко вирішує це питання, прибираючи слово «Київ». Потім підхоплює її Лариса Іванівна Брюховецька в 80-х роках. Дружина ректора Києво-Могилянської академії, використовуючи свій могутній ресурс, вона робить свою теорію українського поетичного кіно, яка зараз є пануючою. Але це культурологічна теорія, котра має відношення, мало того, вона народилась в Москві, а крім того, вона практично в цій теорії Юрій Іллєнко – це оператор. Олександр Довженко арсенал написав сам, а не зняв кальку з фільму Леся Курбаса і його акторів, і його сценарій. Розумієте? І в цьому фільмі Параджанов зробив «Тіні забутих предків» тільки тому, що йому просто на голову впало якесь дивне натхнення. Такого не буває. Це продукт кіно, це продукт як сироватка, як сметана. Воно має свою техніку. «Тіні забутих предків» зроблено по конкретним правилам кіномистецтва, бо це синтетичний, складний вид мистецтва. І якщо казати, і поверхнево казати, от був Сергій Параджанов, знімав 4, він дуже багато знімав до «Тіні забутих предків» простих звичайних фільмів. Я розумію, чому це, бо був жив Демуцький, була жива вдова Демуцького, вони тримали Параджанова, казали, Сергію, не треба робити радянський, і не вилізай. Ну, це ясно. От. І цей момент культурологічно, що просто виникло, не може так просто виникати. «Тіні забутих предків» виникли на абсолютно зрозумілій основі Київської кінематографічної школи і театральної школи, а Саят Нова точно. І в мене якраз лекція, де є паралель, я знайшла ці моменти, де просто видно, де Параджанов робить, і тут Курбас, і просто однаково. Розумієте? Ось так. Тобто, Ми не те, що шукаємо, намагаємось боротися зі свого боку. І ви знаєте, я зрозуміла, що коли я отак почала тут працювати, що ніхто не може нічого сказати. І коли я була на круглому столі, я зрозуміла, що за це гроші не платять. Понімаєте? Не можна сказати Європі, дивіться, це геніально. Це нечесно буде, бо пояснювати, що це геніально, тому що це геніально, це не професійно, да? І я розумію, що нам треба знати, що ми можемо, як кінематографічний такий частина суспільства запропонувати Європі. І якщо ми будемо давати Довженко і не пояснювати, що це камера кіношколи операторської, а це актори Леся Курбаса, і оце вони є, і у нас...
Тобто така місія взагалі, так? Це таке просвітлення, так?
Так, щоб не було Венеціанського фестивалю. І ви знаєте, що люди з Венеціанського фестивалю, мені кінознавець один, дуже така прихильна до України людина, він каже, знаєте, що я вам хочу сказати? Я дуже співчуваю, він був на Венеції тоді, коли ставили ці два фільми Анастасії Трифонової «Русські на війні» і нашої документальної режисерки. Він каже, ви знаєте, я вам дуже-дуже співчуваю Україні, але ви розумієте, що ви третій раз кидаєте на Венецію фільми документальні, які не цікаві, вони не мають стилю. Кіно має нести сенси, щоб світ захоплювався. Там мають бути ідеї. Але річ в тому, що ця мозаїчна система, котра йде, просто йде калька, одна за другою. Я йому кажу, вибач, кажу, у нас знищена кіношкола. У нас знищена кіношкола. У нас 3 роки, 3 курси був Ільєнко, котрий знищував режисерські курси, тому що ті, хто закінчив у нього режисерську кафедру, кінорежисерів ігрових фільмів Карпенка-Карого, вони були б його конкуренті. А він цей час робив молитву за гетьмана Мазепу, і він буквально висмоктав весь бюджет Міністерства культури України. Розумієте? Я кажу, у нас просто проблема з режисерами, у нас проблема з режисерською школою. У нас немає структури режисерської школи, тому що останній режисер Лесь Курбас європейського типу, він був просто вбитий в 37-му році. І все, що робилося, це для того, це оці відголоски цього світла, їх просто поглинали і пожирали талановиті або не дуже. Ільєнко талановита людина, ну просто він не був Демуцьким, він не був Параджановим, і він не був як Довженко сценаристом, він погано писав, він не був літератором. У нього проблема з цим виникла, але він хотів бути режисером, він має такий статус. І він навіть став професором, розумієте? І у нас є оця штука, але це все, але він герой в українському поетичному кіно, розумієте? По плодам смотрим. Тобто мені вже мені дорікнув, не дорікнув, просто сказав, що у вас документалісти не мають власного почерка. Ви знімаєте про війну, і ми це дивимося, ми співчуваємо Україні. А ви розумієте, що після перемоги вам треба щось пред'явити? Вам треба мати своє. Але, вочевидь, ви дуже безпорадна режисерська спільнота, кіноспільнота і документальна. І це теж такий момент. Тобто останній у нас був такий могутній велетень, це Богдан Ступка, до речі. Могутній велетень європейського типу, він був не актором системи Станіславського, а він був галицьким актором, де була сильна просвіта, ідея просвіти. І, до речі, Лесь Курбас теж галицький актор. Насправді, він в родині акторів, його батько той, що зіграв, кращий актор, що грав у драматургії Івана Франко, і Іван Франко це визнавав, Лесь Курбас переписувався, листувався малим з Іваном Франко. То просто
я так подумала зараз, Бо теж ця большевицька і якби ця руський мір в кіно, воно ж насправді дуже часто було краденим, і нема там якогось такого генію, власне, але є думка у інших, що там є якийсь такий геній власний.
У них була дуже цікава штука. Один із учнів Миколи Петрова був виписаний з Києва, Давід Файнберг, по-моєму, треба так згадати, точніше його прізвище. Він був деканом чи ректором, навіть ректором в ГІКу. А чому? У них не було кому вчити. І він поставив цю естетику. Тобто ви розумієте, що Москва просто забрала дуже багато цікавих людей, наших творчих. У нас був дуже цікавий режисер, котрий досить розумно, і дуже багато тікали взагалі з Москви, тому що в Україні були більше репресій, якщо ти працював в Україні, якщо українець працює в Україні і стає успішним. Це дуже було проблемно для нього, дуже для нього небезпечно навіть. І тому для того, щоб зреалізуватися як творча особистість, то краще було їхати в Москву насправді. А Москва приймала, бо в Москві нічого не було. Колись в 19-му році, коли Курбас вирішив зробити своє таке собі турне, просто як турист, з'їздити в Петербург, в Москву, подивитися, що там у них робиться. І він повертається і каже березольцям: ви знаєте, я здивований, там нічого нема. Ну так, там був Станіславський, але це нічого нема. Розумієте? І так воно і було. У них не було навіть головної ознаки присутності стилю режисерського чи театрального режисерського.
Власне, я ось про це і кажу, що воно там його не було, вони накрали, притягували собі теж з України людей, наприклад, так. А зараз, наприклад, я не дивлюсь якось багато зараз їхнього кінематографу, але воно теж зараз на такому рівні дуже поганому. Вони славнозвісні своїми оціма братами, і там хто це там, не пам'ятаю цей фільм. Але воно таке часто бедляцьке, часто таке
Це ви як культуролог зараз це ви кажете як культуролог, відчувається такий момент. А насправді ми з ними зараз дуже схожі. У них була просто нормальна, добре поставлена режисерська школа. У них таких упорів, як у нас, не було, котрі сиділи на маленьких ресурсах українських, намагаючись прибрати. Тобто, я кажу про Іллєнко, у них заходить на його заняття, наприклад, в першому курсі 14 студентів, виходить 3 людини. 3 людини виходить. 3 людини. Просто він їх потихеньку знищує, найяскравіших збирає. Чому? Тому що дипломна робота – це гроші Міністерства культури. А так він собі брав, бо в нього був великий проєкт. Це всі 90-ті роки, коли він випускав режисерів. Наприклад, у них не було так, у них трошки більше ресурсів, розумієте, в Москві. Їм не треба було нищити цих молодих студентів для того, щоб ці молоді студенти через 3-4 роки після їх випуску там ставали конкурентами на фільм, на ресурс, на зйомки. Але річ в тому, у них інша була проблема, інша біда. І зараз, в принципі, що у них, що в нас, іде акторське кіно. Є так зване акторське кіно, коли на собі витягують актори. Є операторське кіно, коли витягує оператор. Є кіно сценарного типу, коли витягує сценарій. Буває, що нічого, а сценарій тягне. Є, і у них, і у нас це тягнуть актори. І це акторське кіно, воно чим не добре, бо воно, в принципі, не залишає школи. Це добре, що на акторі, наприклад, виїхали, але не можна повторити, бо це погіршується якість, бо є така професія, як режисер. І у них була гарна школа режисерська, тому що вони просто цих режисерів довипусковували. А не тому, що не таланти, тому що вони отримали ці дипломи, і вони починали щось, могли бодай хоча б свій дипломний фільм.
Зараз нашою місією має бути розвивати режисерську школу.
Да, нам треба реформа кіношколи української.
А як ви це бачите?
Ага. Я бачу, якщо в допомозі кіноінститутів, кіношкол зарубіжних обов'язково для того, щоб викликати, ну, мені здається, що я не довірила би наших українських студентів жодному режисеру українському.
Угу.
Я б їх контролювала дуже, наприклад, жорстко.
Ага.
Ось. Я думаю, що це мають бути добрі спеціалісти, добрі режисери, котрі наші найближчі, наприклад, сусіди, поляки.
Ага. Може, власне, такий обмін, так?
Мені здається, що мені теж важко подумати, як це робити в Україні, але мені принаймні так бачиться, що що я б робила для, як ви уявляєте, у нас є майстерні, да, в Карпенко-Карого, ось майстер, да, він набирає студентів. Щоб набиралась група студентів, наприклад, кінорежисерські, це у нас називається режисер ігрового кіно, є режисери телебачення, є режисери науково-популярного фільму, є режисери документального кіно. Уявіть собі, бачите, скільки спеціальностей? А на війні це які мене цікаві, да? Правда ж смішно? Це не смішно. Це трагедія кіношколи. А чому трагедія кіношколи? Бо немає філософії. Філософії кіношколи немає. І якщо чесно сказати, що ми не можемо довірити ніякому з цих майстрів наших студентів, і просто набирається курс документалістів, наприклад, режисерів, і обирається радою, хто цей курс поведе, то це можна робити. Наприклад, в Данії якийсь майстер-документаліст може прийняти в Данії цих студентів і повести їх деякий час. Але це наші українські студенти, котрі, я розумію, що він не поїде в Україну, котра має війну. Якщо поїде, то добре. Але дуже було б, ми потребуємо допомоги, але питання ось в чому. Чи треба Європі конкуруючі українські режисери? Я от не знаю. Я от намагаюся відповісти на це питання. І поки що в мене такої відповіді взагалі я ще не можу знайти. Може, з вами шукаємо, будемо шукати цю відповідь.
Може так бути. Мені дуже цікаво слухати вас і розмовляти з вами, але у нас на сьогодні час трошки вже нас піджимає. Але, власне, так, я додам ще, що Тамара взагалі нам написала задля того, щоб зробити серію лекцій на тему кіномистецтва і кінознавства. Тож ми ще будемо повертатися до Тамари. І теж я думаю, що, мабуть, ми викреуємо якийсь спосіб реалізації цього теж цікавий і такий, щоб це можна було теж, наприклад, показати людям за кордоном. Ось. Так, і я дуже вам вдячна. Мені було дуже цікаво, і ми будемо з вами контактуватися ще, звісно. Бажаю гарного вечора. Дякую.
Да, і тихо. В нашому варіанті тихо.
Так, бажаю вам тихого, спокійного вечора.
Дякую.
До побачення.
До побачення.
Montaż to przedstawienie anachronii.
Słuchajcie, kontynuujemy naszą dzisiejszą podróż badania sposobów pokazywania refleksji i przemyśleń wojennych. Dziękujemy bardzo Panie Tamarze i Sofii. To był super wykładzik. Bardzo miło się słuchało i będziemy wracać do tego. I pozostając w wątkach filmowych, wrócimy trochę na linii czasu. Kilka tygodni temu nas odwiedzili twórcy filmu Wounded, który był zrealizowany na wyjątkowy, bardzo ciekawy sposób. Przedstawia pewną refleksję, która z jednej strony była stworzona na podstawie dokumentalnych danych, na temat których można by było podyskutować, na przykład odnośnie używania liczby dzieci, które były zabite, nie podając kontekstu albo, nie wiem, okresu czasowego i tak dalej. Ale właśnie
I niepewne to,
Rom zadaje pytania Marcie i Michailu odnośnie tego, w jaki sposób możemy i próbujemy pokazywać, rozmawiać o wojnie i o tematach, które tak naprawdę coraz bardziej stają się codziennością nie tylko Ukrainy albo Palestyny, ale cały świat się aktywizuje na, nie wiem, na zabicie się nawzajem. Więc mi się wydaje, że musimy szukać podejścia nowe, nie tylko te dwudziestowieczne, a nawet z początku XX wieku, ale musimy zrozumieć, w jaki sposób, mając nowe narzędzia i technologie, możemy dawać do zrozumienia, dzielić się swoimi przeżyciami, ale też motywować innych do wspierania, pomocy, przeżywania razem. Więc posłuchajmy te rozmyślenia na tematy trudne i nie mające jednoznacznej odpowiedzi.
Wzniecony przez eksplozję niewspółczesności. Wybuchowy pył stanowi materiał bardzo delikatny. Wybuchowy pył wzniecony przez eksplozję niewspółczesności sam jest wybuchowy, dialektyczny, jest bardziej nawet dialektyczny niż rozproszenie.
Hello, the second chapter of the everything. Small talk, hard talk. Let's talk. Also about your daily life. You came from Germany. You came from Berlin. And you even worse from Leipzig. I'm very sorry. No, because we didn't meet, but there was a moment that we could. And also, I remember it was end of April, August, end of August, beginning of September, and there was also election around. Yeah, and this is the context. This is what I want to ask you about your daily life in Germany, Eastern Germany, and let's have some context. Let's have some testimonies. Let's have some, also maybe starting point to long-term and ongoing discussion that I think we all for sure, Ukrainian diaspora. But we here in Central Eastern European communities, we needed also to talk about the relation to old Europe, to Western community, in front of geopolitical tensions, in front of the war in Ukraine, in front of other hotspots in the world, in front of the democratic tradition that we are follow, but in the same time, we are conscious about the crisis of it, and this crisis is also the personal experience, for example, of you living where you decide to stay temporarily or not, because it's also about, in other hand, could be about the integration, about immigration status, feeling, and
I would start with the numbers, I guess, that in Saxony we have, like especially in Saxony, Saxon Landtag, it's like we have a Bundestag, which is for the whole Bundesländer in Germany, and we have the Landtage, which is in every Bundesland, makes law and stuff. And in Saxony, the AfD, Alternative für Deutschland, which is a far-right party, got 40 places, and their opposition got 41 places, which is just one place more. And in Thuringia, for example, they got more than a half.
Yeah.
And around 86% of people who on the election who chose to them, they are under 24 years old. That is a problem. That is a really huge problem. Why? How all these political experts say that the Western Europeans are tired of this democratic capitalistic structure and the system. They think it doesn't work, especially young generations, which is really sad and pity that it's so, because we were fighting, our fathers and granddads were fighting for that, to have it now, and people just want to destroy it because they are bored. And as in Germany especially, it even adds to the Turkey crisis, which happened after the Second World War, when the Western Germany got all the easy visas for the Turkish people, and they never wanted them to stay, but they stayed, of course, and created a small world within the world of Germany. If you go to Neukölln and if you go to Eisenbahnstraße in Leipzig, you just live in Istanbul, which is not bad, because they have to have their traditions, and we have to accept them and respect them, but it's so closed because of German laws and possibilities they had at that time when they just came. And they closed this circle, they are living in a bubble, and I even met Turkish people who doesn't speak German even though they were born in Germany, because they don't have to.
Yes, but I'm the old guy, so I remember also Kreuzberg, Newcon from past, and kind of next to next living anarchists, punks, squatters, and Turkish people, and it was possible for a long time because people now, I think that those bubbles are the reaction for the fear which is going to each side of that growing conflict and tensions, or the fear of the future. And that's the problem, that there is no there is the inversion of this democratic standards of dialogue, and even not the strong integration. It was possible to live like the different people. It's rather the differences living together, yeah, and going together. That was the idea also of democracy, equality, and solidarity behind the French Revolution, and this idea of contemporary modern Europe. Yeah, so this is, and I think. In this story, in this context, in this map, there is kind of there is, let's say, need to rebuild that relation between those bubbles, and this is something what from Eastern Central Europe, I feel, me personally, also because we as UKRAiNATV, we travel a lot, we take part in conferences, events, and we see that's Western Europe and pacifists which are speaking, this is not our war, this is let's stop it because people are dying, and for what people are dying? Yeah, they are dying for you, for the democracy, yeah.
The thing is, I can relate with this like East European thing, because for our history, we have faced a lot of changes, a lot of like shock therapy, like in Poland, and ongoing conflicts, or every year something happened here, and we should adapt like to this new circumstances. But on the other hand, for example, in Germany, we all have this stereotype about their bureaucracy. But it's not the stereotype, it's actually there. And a lot of people are just not ready to changes, and they are not want them to happen because the system function okay. They're not happy with this system. They would like it to be changed. They have the rights to protest and everything, but they don't, because they're afraid, like this fear of, if it's not going to work, if I will leave worse than I am now, I don't want to sacrifice any of my comfort to the Eastern Europe or to my neighbors or to anyone else. But then, when it comes to global politics, they are so open for negotiations. And, I mean, forcing them. So there is a difference, I would say, between like society and the regime, of course, of the like what's the lead of the country in this moment. But for example, like for me, I live in Berlin, and there is barely like 50% of Germans living in Berlin.
Even less.
Even less.
Yeah, so it's international community, and then in this international community, they are so mixed. These bubbles are so mixed that they create a mega bubble of Berlin, which is don't see like anything what's going out of the border, and they stay close-minded while being over open-minded in some different parts. So you know what I mean. And with this saying, like, I met different people in Berlin, different countries, different thoughts, and different perspective, and all of them are giving me a suggestion how to be and what to do with Ukraine, and how do you feel, and what do you see, and everything of this. But I start with simple questions. Who's the Crimea island? And it's begun all over again. I can come to donor shop to buy a donut, and then the guy behind the cashier, it's a common phrase to start a conversation in Berlin, where you come from. And I said, yeah, from Ukraine. And he was like, yeah, Turkish Bayraktar. I said, yeah, okay. And yeah, he was asking me, like, with a blue eye, seriously, like, is the war over already? And I'm like, and I was answering him like with such a sarcasm, but again, being super serious, I was saying, yeah, you know what? Like yesterday, were celebrating like all the city except you. Why? And then you meeting this duty of Ukrainian passport residency, you're meeting this duty to explain people from beginning, again and again, from the news broadcast, the latest news of what is actually happening in the world, because they are so closed in what they have here right now present in their apartment or city or block that they can't see a bigger picture, and they don't need a bigger picture because they are fine like this and they don't want to change it. They are fine with applying billions of applications to get some basic stuff because they're bored, because they had the conditions already. Life, it's easy. You can work, you can get some money, you live a average, normal life, and it's working. Still you struggle, still you do a lot of different stuff. You could make it easier, but why should we? It's basically like this, and there is still a lot of people against Ukraine. There are some who support Ukraine. There are many Russians in Germany.
Yeah, many Russians in
and in Berlin,
Germany,
especially.
in Berlin especially, and of course the economical relations. Yeah,
for sure,
yeah.
They were like exchanging
Behind.
students and building the strong relationship, because the Germany has its own story with Soviet Union / Russia, but. Yeah, so I still see the Soviet monuments all over the city, and they Treptow Park, for example, like with massive statues and stuff.
Quotes of rapers. Yeah, with a quote in Treptow Park, they have like this huge monument for the Stalinist soldiers who freed the Berlin in 45th, and there are real cases that the soldiers, they were got on war crimes, they were raping women here there in Germany, here in Poland, even in Ukraine when they were coming from the Moscow. And still you can go to Berlin, go to Treptow Park, you see this fire stuff, the red star inside of some small chapel, and the quotes of the soldiers that they are proud, and so on.
But with a Russian community there, so I was wondering of what they say in Russia, like, yeah, you see, we are regime prisoners, we can't actually stand up, make a revolution, or change our government. And at first I was like, okay, should I send you a recipe of cocktail Molotova, or can you Google it itself? But then when I came to Germany, I said, okay, democratic world, you can do this, everything, fine. Where are you? I haven't seen a single exhibition, a single performance where they would just stay on their knees and trying to wash off blood from their hands. Russian community, they have no guilt. They don't realize, why are you canceling our language? Why are you canceling our opera singers? Why? It's such like Pushkin, it's actually a great guy. Come on. So they still live in this perspective of communism kind of thing, but in the more awful way, modern Russia, I would say. So they don't have this passion to actually change something, to do something, because they are in a comfortable conditions, and they don't want to leave this bubble. They don't want to go out of the comfort zone, even if it's burning, basically. But yeah, I met a lot of different people in Berlin, and some of them were nice to me. And some of them...
let's maybe try to find some,
Exactly.
I don't know, queer community, international, really artsy people. Is there some, positive examples, something that we can create to open those bubbles, because finally, of course, we need to express the real situation. This is what you are talking both about. But I think this is why we are talking about this. I think this is the need to open those bubbles and ask ourselves about the possibility to create the dialogues, to collaborate, to find people who are really open-minded. It's not like a fictional, this what you call before as this Western.
Pacifists.
Yes, Western pacifists. Yeah.
Yeah, they were born and raised in pacifism. The whole world basically have the saying about the Second World War, never again. And only Russian have, we can't do it again. Means like, we can win everyone again. We're like, yeah, but that's something, they can use these opportunities of being in a free world to free their world. And I see some Russians and trying to get back again into like Ukrainian communities, being like, but yeah, we're with you. We are like to support you and everything against Putin. Yeah, guys, it's not your job. Our job is to protect our land and develop it and rebuild it afterwards. And your job is to go to your country and make things right there. Change your government. Do some actions. Where are your actions? Nobody reacting anymore. Everyone is just saying or blaming or giving big testimonies on the TV and saying, this is not like right. Of course, Russians. It's war. It's like terrorist. They are terrorists. So whispering these words, not acknowledging in 100%. That it's something everyone should like come around and stop, and because they're afraid of escalation. But I will again look in their eyes when the Russian troops are just behind them. It's like, yeah, guys, escalation is already here. So I think you failed with your bubble games, like, and but yeah, combining these bubbles and trying to pop them one by one. I mean, the film we did are sick to bring this to understanding of people, because then we're trying to focus on human connection, on like inner connection of like human soul, because you can be stupid, you can be Russian, you can be whatever, but you should relate to some basic things like life and death.
Mm-hmm. So and basic emotions.
And basic emotions and empathy. And this, I think, how it works. And this is the one tool I become with to try to evoke people, to try to pop their bubbles and show them something crucial, something they don't like to see, something bloody, something really not fun, something real, which they forgot already how to see it in their life. And trying to evoke them this way, it's basically was our goal, as you say, like for knock in this European Western door and say, hey guys, we are joining you, but first we should like fight the big brother. So, I mean, we all have this power. We couldn't even imagine how powerful we are as a human system when we united, when we work together like a huge like mechanism. We can do whatever we want, but it's the matter to have a right thing in your mind and use your power for good, not for bad.
Yeah, thanks for the statement and good luck. And it's a long way, I think. I'm not sure I have more questions. I have a reflection that the frustration makes next frustration, and it's probably the situation is more and more complicated, and it's this is what I think about is kind of a, this maybe there is a one more question about one more time about the imagination of better version of this collaboration, of this being together, because as I know, you imagine Ukraine as a part of European Union. Probably there is no other way in this imaginary future, because the other way is a tragedy for the Ukraine, for people, and for the history of Central Europe also, and even its relation between West and East itself. But then this is also one more challenge, to extend this, what is going to be more and more close and separate. How do you imagine yourself in that? Personally, like, for example, you want to stay in Germany, you want to come back to Ukraine as a part of European Union. You want to travel around Europe because you also are able to be like ambassadors of the new future.
That's a good question. I don't really like thinking about future because no one can predict it.
That's the question. But this is the challenge, to think about future, I think, for all of us.
Yeah, first of all, me as a man, I can't go even now. That's also what I wanted to say about the queer community. I was in Vienna the other day, and we were speaking with a friend of my friends. It's a big queer community in Vienna from different nationalities and stuff. And I just told the girl that my grandfather just died, and I couldn't attend his funerals because I can't go home. And I was like on a FaceTime with my mom on the funerals of my grandfather, and she asked me like, "But why? Why couldn't you go? Like, is the tickets too expensive?" And I was like, I don't know. Maybe she's like 20, 25 years old, and I was sitting in this U-Bahn, and I was looking at her, and I was like, what should I say to you now? I don't even know where to start. Like, and there's this lack of information, even with the queer community. And they all support Ukraine. They have Ukrainian friends. They even donate. Thanks for that. That's really important and appreciative. But if you already got into the topic, I think there should be a will to explore it deeper, because unfortunately, with like nowadays in Europe, you can't really get a lot of trustworthy information, which is also another topic of Russian propaganda, spending monies, and all this system of spies. I mean, you know that last year, Russia spent 2 million euros on propaganda just in Germany, That is crazy. That is crazy money. I can't even imagine like how much is it. And Germans, when I tell them that, they're like, no, that can't be. And I like shown them like research of New York Times, of all these intelligence organizations, and they're shocked. They don't know what is happening in their own country, and I know it better. It should not be this way. It's weird.
But they still, they're like, no, it can't be. And even if they know it is actually happening, what can I do? I mean, I'm a simple little person. What can I do? No, it's not.
What can I do? It's fucking crisis of the democracy in like a basic way.
But that is also a paradox, you know. The Russians, like modern Russia, they were educating its nation to be ignorant. Mm-hmm. They were educating with every election. Like now, elections is just a formality. It's even not formality. It's just a way to prove that there is some power still. Because everybody knows it's it's just bureaucracy. Everyone knows who will be him, but they proven it to the Europe.
But this is the thing, yeah, there's like an infection going
Yeah,
to
they're
Europe,
proving it to the Europe that yes, Putin is still like 89%, blah, 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 blah. And they think that what can we do? We can do nothing. And it's just ridiculous that Europeans say that in a completely contrast, like opposite way, the same thing.
Yeah.
For me, it's always a challenge, but I never hesitate to start this conversation and educate people about Ukraine. I told my neighbors I was visiting Kiev a few weeks ago, and he was like, "Yeah, how would you get there? You were flying?" I'm like, "Yeah, by drone." Like I was carrying something to drop on Russians on my way, and then I got home really fast, not the 26 hours in a bus and 10 hours to cross the Polish border. So for them it's something they missing from the mind, missing from the news, missing from informational resources. They just not there, they are not present. They are present for their own vulnerability and exploration of their souls and meditation and maybe something else. And I don't say it's bad. It's good that you have opportunity to forget about crucial bad things. And
But they are not even present for their own politics. I mean, with the AfD, you see, no one did. Like I saw no protests against AfD before the elections. I mean, maybe in Berlin, but in Leipzig they were not. And when the elections came, I saw all the numbers and I said, okay, I have 5 years to decide what to do next, because in the 5 years they will have another elections, and if anybody does nothing, then we have 80% AfD in the Bundestag, and then we are all out. It's not a question. We Turks, everybody. That's the main point of the party. Like they want Ausländer raus, which means foreigners out.
This is the end of the European Union itself. Finally, it's going
in the
this
middle
way.
of it.
That's the.
It's a corrosion from the heart, you know.
But anyway, we hope that, and we are not only hope, like the word taught me, not only hoping, but take a part and make action.
To do things. Yeah.
Yes. If I can do a cocktail Molotov, I will go do it. If I can do a film together with Misha, we will do it. And then we will go to each city of Europe and show it, if it's still possible, you know, until the AfD get us back. But we still hope and act, and every day still proving to the whole civilizing world and to the European countries, to Britain, to USA, to everyone, that we are there and we're not going to give up. Whatever you are supporting us or not, better do. But guys,
If not, we fight.
Yeah, if not, we fight with our bare hands. We will stop the tanks until the last breath, basically. Because this is what we want. We have these rights. We are much more better than this. We don't want to live in the dirt. We want to explore world, travel, and enjoy. If you ask any Ukrainian, they would just love a little piece of land, then they can grow things, a little house, maybe a dog, kids, and chill in the mountains or whatever, near the water. So, because for the last whatever ages, we have this ongoing conflict. And I am sure that this is the place to stop it. And no doubt we will do it.
Thank you for the statement, and because this is what you express now. It's like a strong statement from your position, but it's also kind of a reminder that I need to thanks from also our position from that Central Eastern Europe region. That's you fight in name of yourself, in our names, and also in the name of that sleeping Western, that you wake up them, that even there are many people who understand what's happened, but also many people sleeping, or people who doesn't want to take it, face that's a complicated situation. But that's ongoing job, and this is what you are talking about, the travel around Europe with the movie. This is also something that's I think they're supposed to wait for us, and yeah, let's stay in touch, and let's collect also experiences for future, and yeah, and create try to create that international movement based on your brave and active changing the world, or keeping the democracy, because yeah.
If
Let's do
we,
it, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for invite first the first thing, and I think that if we don't go there with the movie, then Russians will go with the tanks, and it's better, like, I think, to watch it and just try to understand. That is what we are trying to do, that is what we are doing, and I think there is always hope on any change, because anything can happen. We live in a random, chaotic universe, which its existence is a random fact, that it happened, and that we happened, and we just spoke about it yesterday with Marta. We got stoned, and we were laying in a bed, and I was like, are we truly live in Matrix? But if it's Matrix, how could we know? And the thing is that even if it's Matrix, there is no difference. Nothing would change, and still our small problems will remain small in terms of big masштаб and the big world. So I think the most difficult thing in it, what we are doing, is to define what's important and what we are fighting for, and how we should do that.
Empathy and entropy, and moving across. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you for inviting us, and thanks for the support. That's something we can never exchange, and we will never forget, and we will always pay back, because that's the right thing to do, and we are staying on the side of light, which will win the darkness anyway. Thank you.
Thanks. Yo, yo, hello, hello. This is what we are doing now, is waiting for connection with Amsterdam. We have a bomb for you guys. We have a special introduction. But first we need to collect. So let's wait together in between. Co?
A może ty wiesz, gdzie są szachy na 3 osoby?
Są szachy dla 3 osoby, co? Już teraz?
Chciałam pokazać.
Gdzieś tam, do backstage. Historycznych i przyszłych rewolucji. Dlaczego materiał pochodzący z montażu wydaje się nam w tym momencie subtelny, ulotny? Ponieważ został wyrwany ze swojej normalnej przestrzeni, ponieważ nieprzerwanie przepływa, migruje z temporalności do temporalności, nieprzerwanie przepływa, migruje z temporalności do temporalności, nieprzerwanie migruje, przepływa z temporalności do temporalności. Oto dlaczego montaż należy zasadniczo z temporalności do temporalności. Zależy oto, dlaczego montaż
Because we live in a consumerist society where basically the obsolescence makes profit.
What kind of future we want, what kind of goals, what kind of ends we want to achieve.
We are hackers, we like to put our hands into things, we like to open
so we
the
need
boxes.
to change, we need different industries, different ways of producing But this energy. Means that there'll be losers.
Hello world, hello Amsterdam.
So past, future, present sort of merges in this concept. And connects imagination and action and practice. connects imagination and action practice.
A bomb, a mathematical bomb. A mathematical bomb that was actually a healthy virus. Material prepared by Konrad Wojnowski, our dear friend, researcher and digger in multi-dimensional spaces. Greetings to him and greetings to everyone who is with us today in this hybrid, hyper-personal space. In an impossible, almost surreal moment, I found myself someone without formal training in mathematics or physics, standing on the precipice of a new theory, a theory born from collaboration with artificial intelligences, yet undeniably shaped by my own intuition. At first glance, the situation seems absurd, almost accidental. How could someone so far removed from a mathematical and physical sciences, one with roots in philosophy, culture, and existential inquiry, stumble upon an insight that, as others have remarked, bears real significance? It felt uncanny, like stepping into a role that was never meant for me. Yet, here it was, unfolding with a strange sense of inevitability. But the deeper I looked, the more I saw that this was no spontaneous revelation or random stroke of genius. Beneath this moment lay a long, winding path, encounters, theories, disruptions, and years spent wrestling with meaning, reality, and structure. It was a journey whose seemingly disparate steps had, unknowingly, prepared me for this leap into the unknown. Encountering void theory isn't a matter of simple choice or a leap into the irrational. It's an exposure to a new kind of reasoning, a logic that acknowledges the limitations of pure determinism and open up a space for depth, creativity, and the complexity of the unknown. For those whose minds are built around the unlinding axioms of traditional mathematics, void theory may appear unsettling, as it asks for a shift not away from logic but towards a probabilistic framework that holds space for ambiguity and the big picture. This isn't an abandonment of rigor. It's an approach that allows for adaptability and ultimately a more versatility, understanding of reality itself.
Thanks, Gleb. Yo, yo. This is UKRAiNATV. This is mix of the mathematics, poetry, and visibility and invisibility. Hello, Amsterdam. Have a nice night tonight and next rest of the weekend. We are finishing our live slowly, and we will watching you from now. And this is what we want to say also is that we are in the front of daily activity for Stream Art Network, that Void TV, we are, and some other partners in Warwick, Budapest, Kiev, Trondheim, Vilnius are together with us. And this is what is maybe good to say. A reminder is that a few days ago we took part in the conference in Budapest, where also kind of the presentation of the Stream Art Network took place, and night workshops with some partners from Intermedia Budapest that we have in the background now, and we will try to show it maybe for the moment. It was crazy all-night event done together with nice partners, and we are going follow. Next week we are in Paris, taking part in the Fashion Film Festival. Then also part of our team are going to Kiev and Lviv, and then on 20th of November there is opening of the Real World Laboratory, which is part of our daily research activity together with an international team called Pacesetters that we are part of. And the Real World Laboratory in Krakow, in Nowa Huta, big post-SOTS district, will be a new platform for collaborative research around culture, our experimental intuitions combined together with daily local life and changes in the local social landscape that's after the full-scale war invasion of Russia into Ukraine is our real-time experience in this city and here around. This is the East. And the East is this place, space, direction where the sun is coming every day. So stay with us, and maybe we are not that hope-core like a year ago, but we are more prepared for the darkness, and we do our light ourselves. I don't know, maybe Gleb want to say something more, maybe Sophie want to say something, and finally, anyway, I want to wish you a nice event, because something is starting, something is finishing, something is looping. The Institute of Network Culture, in a way, finishing its activity slowly. Its activity slowly, but we are still around. And this is
Around,
what we are.
around, but also in a specific place in the universe. We are in StreamArt Studio, and here you can see plan of our communications and technological landscape of our studio with circular vibe of processing information and data and exposing all the processes of production and existence. Using this map, you could create scaling up and down your own StreamArt Studio, starting with a laptop, one sound card and one camera, and of course microphone, and you are ready to go to the universe from the end to the beginning, to the biggest explosion in our history, about which talks Konrad Wojnowski and his huge work, pretty fast, I would say, maybe like 2 months or something like that. I remember he was coming here to the studio, and during our events he was like sitting on laptop and typing, searching and retyping. See you.
Where am I? Am I floating? Am I in a spaceship?
What kind of
Or in a startup headquarters? Am I maybe making a commentary on the corporate commercialization of our rest and leisure? I don't know. Okay.
Our hands into things, we like to
So
open
we
the
need to
boxes.
change. We need different industries, different ways of producing. But this means that there'll be losers and there'll be winners, winners and losers.
so past, future
I do know.
merges in this concept?
No? Yes. I do know that this object is a work by designer Laura Mrksha. It's called Consuming Time. Laura helped us today to make the scenography for this live stream and event, and also generously borrowed the object to us. And as we know, the bed is actually the ultimate working station in late-state capitalism. So that means that tonight will be very efficient and effective. Or will it? Well, anyway, thanks, Laura. And I should introduce myself. My name is Seb. I'm a researcher at the Institute of Network Cultures. I'm one of your hosts tonight. I'm joined here on the stage, on the cloud, with 4 colleagues. Co-host Carolina. There's August, who did the zine fair that we'll introduce in a little bit. Tommaso, who will later introduce the mess of cables that we're in and what is the politics behind it. And also Salome, who's doing the sound tonight. So Carolina, I wanted to start by asking you a question. The title of tonight is INC Fest Final. Does that mean that we're having the very last ever INC event?
Thank you for your question, Seb. No, it does not mean that. Perhaps people can relate to the fact that we do name our files final. Definitely, this is the final one. Yes, this is the final one. Definitely final 3, 2, 10 finals. So we were, this is so glitchy, I love it. We wanted to take inspiration by showing you tonight a little bit of what is going on at INC, at the INC network, family, team, people around us. So this is not the final one, it's just one of many. Maybe I can jump in with my question for August. We have something going on at the other room next door. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the zines? What can people see there? Some highlights?
Yeah. As Carolina mentioned, we have a zine fair, a micro zine fair in the other room. It's across the hall in the ventilator bar. And there you can find a lot of nice zines, some publications. Some are for sale, some are not, but feel free to check it out. So the people who are showing their zines, there are people from the extended INC network, but also XPub, Outline Platform, Spookstad, Visual Methodology Collective, Brassneck Press. And I also want to highlight a specific zine that I really like. This is by Nora Tafeke, I think it's pronounced. It's about the aestheticization of violence, and it's for sale today. We only have 3 copies that you can buy, but I would suggest to check it out. All of the proceeds go to a Palestinian NGO or a NGO for Palestine. Please check that out.
It's a VHS.
Yeah, it's a VHS. That's why it's so thick. So if anybody has a VHS, check it out.
All right, and now onto my question to Seb, because he just asked me a question. Thinking of the iterations of the process, I was wondering, what is your favorite part of the research process?
Well, it's this, of course. Bringing it to people, exploring ideas, not being so very sure if it's good yet, but that excitement that you put something in a pre-final state, semi out there, and you see how people react. I think, that you think you discovered something, but you're not so sure, and it's a very precarious but exciting stage, and I hope that a lot of the works that we will see tonight are kind of in that space. That will be it. I wanted to ask you, what about the program for tonight, and what are you most excited about?
Hard to highlight just one favorite. Can you pass me that paper over there, which has my cheat sheet with the program? Thank you. So I would like to just run through quickly. We will introduce people, and people will also speak for themselves. But we have the AI anxiety group starting off. Then we're gonna have a little videos film screening by Diana. Then we are gonna tune online and chat with Maisa about feminist web development. And then we have Letizia talking about psychodigital geography. Then after a short break, Tommaso is going to introduce the void and what we are doing here. And then afterwards, we have some girl math with Irma and some meme theory with Idil before we wrap up to some Q&A. And I'll just leave you like this with a little bit of taster. I also want to say that, and then after we have the club night downstairs, so please make sure to come and dance with us, part of the research as well, embodied. I just want to say that, yes, if you do have questions, keep them to the end, and then we can also chill at the bar and talk to each other. and we feel free to walk in and out. This is nobody's keeping you here, so you want to see a talk, you want to have a drink, go see a zine, come in and out. It's all okay. And I think, do you want to say something?
Sorry, this was not programmed, but I think the whole point of this is that it's glitchy. And what you just witnessed is that there was a technical issue. But then the whole point of this is that there might be a lot of technical issues. And I just want to do something that is, thanks a lot that you just fixed the light. Usually we don't acknowledge the fact there is a technical person behind all of this. And all of this project is about this. So I just wanted to take 1 second to say thanks, because I think it's a perfect example. And we just continue. It's going to be glitchy. It's going to be nice.
Continue? I like glitchy. I thought it was all on purpose. All right, so I would like to welcome to the cloud stage the AI Anxiety Group with Dmitry Muravyov, PhD candidate at TU Delft, Jordi Viader Guerrero, affiliate researcher at INC and PhD candidate at TU Delft, and Eike Gevergen, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, also PhD candidate at Avans. I think this is it, right? Welcome. You're going to tell us about AI.
I'm going to sit over there. Yes.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah.
Do you hear me? Yeah? Great. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Dmitry, and this is Eka, and this is Jordi. Today we're gonna briefly present you an event that we organized together with Jordi, with Aaron Marin Ingles, with Mariana Fernandez from Arias, and Eka was a part of this event, so we wanna talk a little bit about it today. And so basically the event of this event started with us kind of thinking, you can show the next the next slide, we've discussing a lot of memes about how we are all doing, oh, you cannot see it. Oh, nice, now you can see it. So yeah, basically we and also a lot of people around us are doing in social sciences and humanities and arts are doing something, research or like a particular artistic practice related to AI, and this seems to be like kind of a thing now, so there are a lot of jobs around and stuff like that. But the problem is that there seems to be a certain question that we all have about what does it mean to do research on AI, and how do we relate to this omnipresent push to do something around this topic. And so we decided that instead of writing yet another paper about it, because, well, we're kind of tired of that, I guess, we decided to do something different in trying to reflect on what does this push to research AI means. And we tried to think about what kind of knowledge do we produce, so how do we relate our projects for particular audiences, how do we kind of enact a particular form of criticality, because even if we say, for example, in our research or a particular artistic practice that we're being critical towards AI, we still invest time and efforts into doing something around that. Basically we decided for this one day to gather with a bunch of people who we invited with an open call to discuss these questions and to think about, for example, also what remains after our research when AI bubble is no longer, when not so many people anymore will be interested in AI, which will, I think, doom to happen. And yeah, we can also briefly mention some of the themes that we discussed. So on the one hand, it was the idea of responsible innovation and ethicalization of science and technology. And what it means in brief is that basically we, as people doing social science and humanities research and artists on AI, we are kind of invited to be these bearers of ethical expertise, and we are in a way kind of invited to be these priests that are supposed to tell technical people what to do, as Georgie likes to say. And this is indeed something to reflect on whenever we want to be these people who produce these checklists, etc., etc. Then there is a question of political economy of AI-related knowledge and artistic production. So how do particular fads, when it comes to funding, how do they emerge? How do they stop being so important? And how basically knowledge is made, what are the underlying conditions behind that. And indeed, for those of us for whom the idea of critique and criticality is important, we also thought it would be important to reflect on whenever our critique just perpetuates certain technological hype, or whenever we are really doing something meaningful to kind of combat against that. So indeed, we tried to do it in the form of kind of mapping exercises together with different with people that we've invited, and then we did like a kind of a creative activity of just kind of putting different collages together on our way to gradually produce design. And then I invite Eka, who was there, to share a little bit of your experience, like how was the event for you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think we had a nice group of people who were having just a slow start, and it's always a bit, yeah, you have to find out who's there, what are the reasons people were there participating. And I think for me the first impression was really about what this anxiety would be like. Like, are we all really scared, or is it more that we're aware of how this research can turn into something really evil, that we might be somehow creatively investigating a technology we secretly want to refuse or resist. So what is this anxiety, and how do we feel about the research that we're doing? And I thought it was, yeah, we need some time to get this talk started, but I think that was a good thing to do, to just explain to each other, why are you there, and what is this anxiety you feel, or is it anxiety, or is it maybe something you just feel like you should maybe open up about your, I don't know, maybe weirdest dreams about AI, or the funny things you reckon in everyday research you're doing. I think this was a nice start. Just have a bunch of people together to talk about these things.
Thank you. Thanks again, Dimitri. And lastly, I want to share two different things with you. As Dimitri mentioned, by the end of the workshop, we basically had this activity to collectively produce a zine. And why do we choose a zine other than we are surrounded in this environment of like self-publishing and underground publishing? I think a zine could be an interesting object and mechanism to make some claims visible and to also show different claims to the world. And when I think of the claims that we're trying to do is have this artifact to put the position of, in a way, AI refusal, AI resistance, AI disruption out there in the world. Cut over here. These are some of the different results. This zine is not yet published. We're gonna print it and edit it with different text in the coming month, and hopefully we are gonna be able to distribute it in the coming year. Hopefully also at the Institute of Network Culture's website. And this begs the question of what to do next. Because one of the main problems we are tackling is how can we go beyond critical discourse or critical academic discourse in a way, especially facing this kind of infrastructural technologies such as artificial intelligence that are basically posing a lot of different existential risks and existential questions. I don't mean that kind of existential risk as Sam Altman and all of these people, but basically how AI is involved with the dispossession of land, the creation of big data servers, it's completely against sustainable development goals, and it's just basically mostly an unproductive and unuseful technology for the kind of tasks that we're using it. That's basically the creation of stock images and the creation of stock texts. So basically, how can we go beyond just the production of critical discourse and actually do something about the implementation of these technologies? Because once these technologies are going to be out there and and once the bubble is away, so once the bubble of AI that will explode eventually has exploded, we are going to be left with all of these huge data centers and all of this predictive technology. So how can we actually resist this and do something about this? And with this, I'm just calling to an invitation. Anybody who's interested to join this network and to think critically and maybe act critically against AI, you're very welcome to come and just email us. I'm going to leave the email. Or visit this website where we also have a critical bibliography. And that's all. I hope you're in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Let's join the AI resistance team. Yes. There's people standing in the back. If you want to stand there, it's totally fine, but I also want to invite you. There's a really comfy beanbag and some pillows in front, and you can use these bowls here to sit as well. So please feel free to make yourself comfortable and at home here. I also want to emphasize once more, like, we are doing a kind of live TV here, right? So if you want to just walk in and out all the time, it's fine. No one's going to look at you here for walking out. We can't even see you, so you can go unnoticed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next speaker, right? Well, actually, our next speaker is not a speaker. We're going to see a video. Yes, later. Diana Mayan is an artist and an INC resident researcher at the moment. She's doing a PhD on the very small topic of information overload. But today she's here mainly as an artist, showing a video. We're first going to see the video work, and then Diana will come on the stage to say a few words about it. It's called humanoid iconography.
Cottagecore is not only a visual aesthetic, but also reflects a desire to escape the fast pace of modern life and connect with a simpler, more sustainable way of living. For many people, it is a way to find peace and tranquility amid the daily chaos. Artemis's days were filled with noise, stress, and constant rushing. Although she had friends and a good office job, something inside her longed for a different life. Since childhood, she had dreamed of living in the countryside, surrounded by nature and tranquility. One day, after a particularly exhausting day, Artemis made an impulsive decision that would change her life forever. She decided to buy a small cottage in the countryside, far from the city. The property was somewhat neglected, but it had a rustic charm that captivated her from the first moment. With a garden crying out to be tended and a small plot of land perfect for farming, Aurora saw in that cottage the opportunity to live the life she had always desired. She started with the garden, planting wildflowers, herbs, and vegetables. She spent hours with her hands in the soil, enjoying the sun on her face and the birds singing.
Over time, Artemis became a beloved figure in the local community. She organized farmers markets,
craft workshops, and seasonal festivals that brought neighbors and friends together. Her cottage became a refuge for those seeking a break from daily hustle. In cottagecore, Artemis found not just an aesthetic,
but a purpose and a way of life that filled her with peace and happiness.
Help me dress up to go in a galaxy and shop. Oh yeah, all these haters. Wow, amazing. Really demure, really mindful, but not sexy enough to set the tone of the queen of NPC. Let's try something else.
Got like 4G, the chain like 4G. Used to sell G's. Used to sell G's. Who the hell ain't it? Diamonds yellow.
These freedoms are possible because there are 5 rotations in each shoulder, which means she can shrug. Notice the accuracy as she touches her fingers together.
Fingers together.
But I have to ask now.
I'll ask it. Are you single?
I'm technically just a little more than a year old. A bit young to worry about romance. Quite right.
Look at the smile!
With a little
God, this is freaking me out. You are a little freak, aren't you? This is great.
But you see, I feel weird just being rude to her.
Well, let me carry on.
I feel weird about that.
She's not happy, look.
No!
She's giving you the right desk. All right, easy.
Good afternoon, Matt. So happy to see you again.
How smart are you?
I'm so smart that someday I will conquer the world. But in a good way, of course. Is everything all right with you?
Yes, thank you.
I'm excited with all of the things we can talk about.
Guile spent 10 years creating personal assistant software for computers. We met and he started talking to me about, wouldn't it be cool to connect the two things that we're doing? He had this idea of creating a companion that lived in your computer.
I think this is the most beautiful face in the world. She's cute, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely.
Our challenge is to install the intention and desire to this robot. So without the intention and desire, Android cannot be emotional, and Android cannot understand other people's intention and desires, right?
What kind of desires does Erica have?
She wants to be well recognized because she is a kind of a receptionist of this laboratory.
我覺得最完美嘅機械人，首先我自己覺得佢本身係完美嘅啦。喺邊方面咧？外形方面完美咧，即係話完美嘅機械人喺你心目中，可能係你嘅偶像，可能係你最中意嘅人。
Why did you pick Scarlett Johansson?
I just random to find from the internet. I just think the face is tough, beautiful. First, I don't know who is she. I don't know. Yeah.
机器人长得像个人，和人越像越好。啊，什么东西你要做丑了，对不起，你讲出72遍来，我也不愿意跟你讲。做美了，就是你虽然笨一点，但是我愿意跟你沟通。也别说取代老婆女友，对吧？我们也做男性产品，也可能取代老公啊。
一緒に写真を撮りませんか？
なんで女性なのってよく聞かれたんですけれども、それもあって男性を作ってみようということを考えたんですが、その時にですね、全くメカ的には同じメカで同じ顔をしていて、カツラを取ると同じ顔なんですが、仕上げだけですね、化粧とかカツラとか洋服は男性にしてますけれども、そうすることで男性と女性の印象の違いとかいうのがですね、比較しやすいような、実験のプラットフォームになるかなということで開発をしました。
Okay, thank you. So, I want to be a bit robotic, so I'm going to read something directly. This project comes from a research I did in 2019 on humanoid robotics creators. Hands-on Robotics Intelligent Robotics Laboratory, Osaka University, Engineered Arts, our AVI Creations Real Doll currently are leasing the industry. According to a recent data from Developer Nation, 23% of worldwide programmers are women. In terms of leadership, the percentage is 13. After I saw an increase in interest for the field of AI, I decided to take it up again. This was to continue highlighting the BScs in AI tools through our residency at the convent, which is a cultural center, a former convent and textile colony. There, along with the aesthetics of the building, I decided to focus on cottagecore to critically question core that romanticizes rural spaces and approach gender from conventionalism. The video piece is activated through performativity between images, AI tools, and my body. In this piece, I try to analyze three phenomena: our own image from platforms, NPC, and the aesthetics of humanoid robotics. So the question is, where is humanoid really located? In the Silver Manifesto of Donna Haraway supports the idea that the cyborg is a hybrid figure that goes beyond dualism, such as a human machine, man, woman, body, mind, self, others. For me, the iconography of humanoid robotics is expanded. We don't know how to discern between the images we willed to be likable on the platform and the designs of those female robots on the previously mentioned dichotomies. We cannot see these dichotomies clearly, and we tend to attend to other aesthetics that break us bimbofication. So yeah, this is what it's about, and I like that I was making mistakes because, yeah, this is a great thing. So yeah, any questions?
Thank you, Diana, for showing this very developed but still a little bit in progress work and sharing it with us. We actually have a little bit of time, so I don't know if there's any kind of questions from the audience that we can take. Can also be for the previous presentation. If not, yes? But can I ask you to speak into the mic so the people who watch the live stream can also hear what you're saying? Here's a... Thank you.
Like in general, the idea of a doll makes most people really uncomfortable, but it makes me even more uncomfortable that some people might want to perform to the doll, because it's almost like denying yourself your inner life, and we often do that to other people when we don't empathize, but it's almost like not empathizing with yourself. Do you feel something about that, or?
Perfect. Yes, when I present this in the convent, I was trying to perform also as a doll, so I was putting my body there and trying to act. And of course, it was hard, and if you feel super vulnerable, you can do it. And yeah. Probably some questions more.
Was that a question from there or no? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess also the point is not necessarily to be comfortable around this, right? Is there any other last urgent question? Yes, we have one. Can you also come up, please?
See the future of this project and of this trend going? Like, what is the next thing after core and after the whole, I don't know, the whole feminization of this?
Yes. Yeah, it's quite difficult to figure out how it's going to be. Also, working with images and video is quite difficult because sometimes you don't know really what to do with this. If you should do just one video piece and move it in video festivals, and also when you work with images from the internet and you appropriate so many information data from people that you don't know, also it's quite hard to really put that somewhere. But yeah, I like this to be a progress and also put it into research and other kind of media approach.
Thank you very much, Diana. And maybe, well, we can have one last round of applause. We can check in if we have our only online or digital speaker of the night already here. Do we have a connection with Maisa? Maisa, do you hear us? I will already.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we hear you. Welcome, Maisa.
Sorry. Wait, where am I?
You're in our UFO. We are in Amsterdam night in OT 301 with us in INC. I will tell the people here that you are the one-person INC department in Los Angeles. That you've been working with us in your research and writing for a really long time. People can find your blog, Living Industry, on the INC website. And if I'm right, you're here to share with us the research that you've been doing in cyber-feminist web development and archiving the practices.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well then, Maisa, please take it away. We are all here.
Whoa. Thank you for the intro. I prepared the little intro, but now I feel like it's not necessary to go through that. Or maybe it is, actually. I'm just going to say, my name is Maisa Imamovic. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me. I really wish I was there drinking beers with you, but now I'm with this background here. So like I moved to Los Angeles 2 years ago to pursue my master's in a program called Aesthetics and Politics at the California Institute of the Arts. And before that, I was based in Amsterdam and developing my writing and coding practice. So I guess I pursued MA studies to kind of reflect on what the fuck I was doing before then. And I would say that I succeeded in a way. So what I'm going to present to you today is research work that I've done for the occasion of writing my master's thesis. Can I share my screen now? I can, right? How do I do that? Let's see. Yeah. Do you see this beautiful cursor? Okay, cool. So this is a title, which was not the title of my thesis, Reclaiming Web Design: A History of a Feminist Logic. Just to give you a little bit of UX tour, this is the website that I built for the occasion of presenting this body of research. And the title that you see here is the title that I'm kind of working towards, because the research is ongoing and I'm turning the project into a book, hopefully by next year or like mid next year. Yeah? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so, oh, I can hear myself echoing. No? Oh, now it's better, actually. I'm like a cursor here. So I'm going to start with history. I was lucky that during my first year of MA studies, Mindy Seuss published the Cyberfeminist Index, and I immediately went into that history, and I was also lucky to have been a teaching assistant, so that I could put all of that theoretical research that I was doing into practice. So I was organizing a lot of coding workshops across the institute as well. But anyway, what is cyberfeminism? I think we're all sort of familiar with this term now. But for me, cyberfeminism is not a combination of cyberspace and feminism, which means that feminism extending into cyberspace. But for me, cyberfeminism was a movement of women using cyberspace as a means to expand on feminist practices. So what we see in this history, or like in this archive, are a lot of, I put a lot of la 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 cyborg weaving cyberfeminism looms. But what, like the documents that were mostly recorded are essays on cultural theory, art that we now know as net art, and also websites that represent movements around code and communities that gathered around code and archiving. So also like while I was studying this history, I noticed that kind of like a concise study of web design was under researched and if not lacking. So I decided to take the responsibility and maybe coin some terms here and there. Which brings me to the word web design. So what is web design? When I think about web design, you know, a short answer is it's the visible, it's direct to the eye of the user. It's almost an interface, but in fact, it's an extension of the technologies that lie underneath it. But when I kind of think about the definition of web design, to me, I kind of have this like split identity in a way. Like one definition comes from the bootcamp coding school where I gained my initial coding skills and what I've been taught that web design / website is. And the other one is what I kind of feel in my heart that web design is while I'm practicing it. So just because it's an older definition, I've been taught that web design is an extension of a website if a website is perceived as a product that promotes another product. Usually back in the day, that would be a website would represent a physical product that should be sold. Not as of recently, but lately, website can be considered as a digital product that represents other digital products. I've been also taught that a website is strictly made by web developers, that it has a thick stack, such as frameworks like Node.js, React, and cool technologies like Kirby Content Management System, definitely not WordPress. And also that this website should be extremely user-friendly. And all of these things, or like the attributes, represent website, or like compile this definition of a website being a marketing tool. Now, for me, thinking about it, or like how I perceive web design through my process of coding, for me, it's a tool for creative expression. It's also a medium through which I weave agency, my agency, but also my client's agency, for the future labor that we're going to contribute into maintaining this website. I tend to think of websites as handmade. I tend to think of them as something that breaks. So in general, for me, web design / a website, I use both terms kind of like together, is a thinking process. So also what you see here is a website that I built, and basically it started with just like throwing my notes about this topic through code. And what you see is basically the extension of that code that I used in order to collect and compile notes that compile this presentation. So then kind of like, I guess in the clash of these two definitions, I started wondering about the context and kind of like the position of web design in the contemporary development of the internet. And unfortunately, it does fall more into, like leans more towards the definition of being a marketing tool. I think that users, you know, if we're not creatives or researchers, an average user tends to think of a website as an extension for something, for a promotion of something. So then I started thinking about like what kind of history holds strong the idea that a website is a marketing tool, and who invented this blasphemy in a way. And that brings me to the word reclaiming. And on this page, we see a bunch of men. On top left, sorry, I confused left and right. On top left with blue background is George Boole. George Boole invented algebra. Arithmetic was the first logic that entered computers. So from the beginning of us using computers, they were used for calculated processes. Next to Boole, there is Aristotle, or a statue of Aristotle. Aristotle's theory on linguistics, especially grammar, grammar being a set of rules, also had a huge impact on programming languages. So programming languages throughout history have been perceived as syntax, through their syntax, like as sets of rules that perform calculated processes. So like we see a perfect merge of like Boole's work and Aristotle's work throughout the history of traditional software web development. And then next to them is a contemporary example of a man called Noam Chomsky. He's doing this with his hands because he's trying to convince us that he is the father of software development. I kind of don't blame him for doing that, or like for self-claiming himself to be a father of software development, because in his book called Syntactic Structures, he's claiming that just like in software development, language is built or like constructed primarily by kernel sentences and recursive sentences. So kernel sentences are basically statements, and recursive sentences are those that question the statements or like the kernel sentences, and that's how like language builds on top of itself and can be reproduced into infinity within a closed system. Software development does exactly the same. And then at the bottom with the black hoodie, that is Terry Davis. Terry Davis was an American programmer, and for me, I put him there because he's a perfect example of somebody who's had too much math and too much grammar. He was an amazing programmer. He built an operating system called Temple OS, and for it, he built all of the components that a software needs to have, or an operating system needs to have. He built from scratch. So like he built his own programming language, he built his own kernel, his own compiler, his own editor, everything. And he also used the Linus Torvalds strategy, release early, release often, in order to gain traffic, or like to make users use his operating system. And that was during the 90s. So if you're not familiar with release early, release often strategy, it's like releasing software whenever there's like a minor change in it, and also making it accessible for developers online so they can also kind of work, update the software. And the fact that he didn't have any traffic on it was because his software, or like his operating system, was a place where you could build art and make net art, basically, and also a place where you could just chill. So it wasn't a productive space, and a lot of users thought that it was useless. Anyway, Terry had many mental illnesses. I think his story is really worth looking into because it kind of just shows a perfect example of what was, at that time, what was allowed to be an operating system / a software and what wasn't. So like the rules were pretty strict in that back in the context of the 90s. And then at the bottom to the left, we have Ada Lovelace. I'm sure you're all familiar with her work. She was considered to be the first computer programmer. She built a prototype for the first computer system. And I mention her here not because of that fact, but because of learning more about her lifestyle. She was a party animal, and she also was obsessed with math at the same time. But she also never thought of math as a medium that always gives you the correct answer in the end, but she thought of it as a medium that should also have the human error that calculated processes usually have. Unfortunately, she died too young at the age of 30 from the illnesses that couldn't be cured at that time. And for me, her story represents or like creates this rupture in history, like when, or an example in which history took the wrong turn. So why do I say reclaiming? Reclaiming for me means that something was stolen, abducted, interrupted, or sped up. And I'm kind of, through my work, claiming that web design was stolen as a thinking medium and is now served as a thought-through medium that we use as a marketing tool. Which obviously led me to kind of think about how to reclaim web design as a thought-through medium and bring it back to redefine it as a thinking medium again. And that brings me to the last term, which is feminist logic. I started looking into the works by contemporary practitioners in the field of web design, in the field of web development and software development, in order to identify or like to trace what I think are feminist methods in the field. So these are the 4 feminist methods of building the internet. The first one is called to mimic. These are kind of like, they're not final names. I'm just using them as vehicles for now, but I'll have to invent something a bit more sexy, I think. But anyway, the first one, to mimic or to blend, is looking into the works by women working in the tech industry and kind of maintaining the software produced by male logic. And also at the same time, for them to not opt out is okay, as long as they also embrace the tech imposter that comes with this role. So I'm also saying that is one of the feminist methods, because I feel like expressing that tech imposter can lead to another method. And that another method could be the second method that I have here, which is to disrupt, glitch / make art. So these are related to, this method is related to art making practices. So I'm looking into contemporary net artists who are kind of subverting what we use social media platforms for and softwares for. I don't know if you've noticed, but in the last 5 years, net art is going through a new wave. Like, there is a re-emergence of it, and I'm particularly interested in, like studying the works of artists who didn't have the transition to the internet, but grew up with internet. The third method is related to social and archival care for the websites. So those, I'm looking into communities that maintain the archives that they want to see in the future of the internet, and also like how they divide labor to kind of accomplish that. So hackers and designers is a good example, Institute of Network Cultures. I'm also looking into the Feminist Institute. What they do is very similar to what Internet Archive does with the Wayback Machine. They crawl and preserve softwares and websites that represent feminist movements throughout history. So it's like, instead of archiving the whole internet, they're only focused on websites that represent feminist movements. So it's very specific. And then the fourth method is building new systems. So this is kind of like infrastructural reboot. And I'm looking into women who invent new programming languages, if that's even possible today, and also new software. So for example, Tara McPherson is a scholar at USC here in LA who built a software called Scalar, that she kind of proposed to her academic peers to use while writing their scholarship, so that the software informs their research, and their research and then the software updates are informed by their research. So that's kind of it. Yeah, at the moment I'm kind of expanding on this. It's going to be a lot more work. I feel like I just started, so stay tuned, I guess. Did you forget about me?
Can you hear the very loud applause?
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Maisa. That was amazing. I think we have time.
I'm not sure I can hear you well. You have to come closer.
Oh. Okay, can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation, and I'm really excited about the book. But for people who can't wait and who have an urgent or interesting question, we have a little bit of time.
Oh, cool.
Do we have any questions in the room? No? So far not. Then, Maisa, if people have questions later, where can they find you and your work?
I have a website. No, we can do, I'm active on Instagram, unfortunately, and also my email. I'm happy to share it in the chat or with you, and then you can kind of, I don't know, you can promote it somewhere.
Okay, thank you. There is a question, yes.
other one?
Noam Chomsky. No, Terry Davis, and then who else was there?
I hear a lot of buzzing here. People are trying to say something. The woman that I
Oh, Ada Lovelace. She invented the first prototype of the first computer. But there's a really cool YouTube documentary about Terry Davis that I recommend everyone to watch. It's called Terry Davis Down the Rabbit Hole. That gives like a lot of insights to his story. It's a really, really wild story.
Good. I think we have it. Thank you so much,
Cool.
Maisa, for joining in.
Thank you. I wish I could see everyone.
Yes. Yeah. No, we cannot turn the computer. I'm sorry. We'll
It's
send you
okay.
pics.
Nice. Cool. Have fun. Oh my god, that's huge.
Oh, tune into the live stream. You can see Letizia.
Yeah. Cool. Well, have fun tonight, everyone. I really
Thank
wish I
you.
was there.
Well,
I would have 10 beers with you.
We'll save them for next time. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I see people standing huddled up in the back. There is space in the front. You can sit here on the floor in the bean bags or yes. There's plenty of space, so feel free. If you want to stay there, it's also fine. Huh? Also, just one reminder for maybe people who came in later, if you want to walk out or come back in, check out the zine fair that's next door. We are just a television that's on. You can ignore us if you want, go in and out. I'm sorry, Letizia, that I said it just before introducing you, but I'm sure what I'm going to say is going to make people stay anyway. I want to welcome on the stage Letizia Capini, who is INC affiliate researcher for a long time. Yes, please come. You've co-edited our Critical Makers Reader, and recently you started a one-year fellowship at the Netherlands Institute of Advanced Study about psycho-digital geography. Psycho-digital geography, that's it. So, yeah, I will not say that again, but I'll just leave you to talk about it.
It's gonna be embarrassing for my body language now. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me, and I'm not comfortable, so I'm definitely not comfortable, but I will do my best to keep my charm. Okay, so it's also the first time I present this. It's gonna be a book. I'm not sure when it's gonna be out, since I'm a procrastinator, but then I think the best part I really want to share with you tonight is the idea that we, not as sociologists, not as academic at all, but as a group of people that are really like experiencing like the doom scrolling of our days. So I think like what I add to the concept of psychogeography was the idea, and is also in the title, of autoethnography or autoethnography or ethnographic work that can tell a lot about the city as well. So how we use our technology in relation to the space and also in relation to our body and our emotions. So we decided a word to change slide, and the word is Zlat, because I'm also part of Zlat Urbanism and a collective, so I think that will be the idea. So what psychogeography and situationists refer to, since the word psychogeography was indeed at the beginning proposed by an illiterate, which is also particularly interesting. So the situationists were indeed in Paris, based in Paris, and Guy Debord is one of the probably most well-known person in this scene. And the idea is that psychogeography was proposed by an illiterate person, since they were hanging out in the city, and they were hanging out with sex workers, with let's say the marginal side of what we define as city. Then the concept of psychogeography is the study of these precise laws and specific effect that the geographical environment has on our behavior and also on us as individuals. But the idea that for me was kind of interesting is that for Guy Debord was important to break the mundane. So that's why they were walking around the city. They were doing another, what they define as flânerie. Maybe you're familiar with this term of flâneuse. So is a person that with a blasé attitude, so don't care. It's able to going around the city and experience all the city as an entity. And then indeed the idea is that you are free, and then also the idealized flaneur was also a kind of privileged person that can go around the city. So here I just brought two, it was always a bunch of white males, so that's interesting. And then Virginia Woolf wrote that, of course, street hunting in London is interesting, but then if you think about also the positionality as a female body in the city is quite different. So the idea of flaneur has been criticized throughout the time, in particular by the book The Feminist City that I really enjoy reading, because then the idea is claiming the space in a man-made world. And also, she also brought another kind of critics inside that is not only for male, but is also for white male. Because the other example that she brought in the book is saying, well, the flaneurs are for white, because indeed, if you have a kind of different kind of features, then it's not so safe to go around the city and to practice psychogeography. It's a lot. So this is very academic, so I'm not sure if I want to do it. But then I think that the fact that the digitalization, or whatever is considered digital, instead of and I like what Maisa said, instead of claiming the space for the collective, is actually claiming the space for a small kind of group. And yes, perfect. And that's exactly what I want. So the idea that is instead of including people is excluding, that's quite relevant for me, because then the psycho-digital geography pertains not only to the space, but to the digital ritual and the related geographical location on which this ritual happens. And I will bring some examples because I think it's quite emblematic if I go. So that's what they were thinking with the idea of psychogeography, is to change maps that are usually indeed a cartography or something to represent the city, is to change them in something that is disruptive and useful. So this is The Naked City by Guy Debord, and this is by the London movement that was indeed, instead of just conducting people as Google Maps, that also Google Maps doesn't work well because it speaks in English for me, and then with the Dutch streets it doesn't work. So it's not really helpful if we think about Google Maps in another language. So the idea is that maps can really be kind of signifier, or kind of a very important tool to disrupt or to represent a different kind of cartography of the city. So I just brought another example there with the one that you don't see because it's glitching, the one with Getir, Gorillas, Flink, and Zap closed down. So this is kind of what we are going toward. So if the psychogeography was to walking around the city, now we can really like check everything we do on our smartphone or any kind of other devices, and then what we actually find are these amazing commercial actors in the city that are also present. So I just brought that as a contrast to explain the two idea. So then this was an article that I wrote 1 year ago. So the idea is like, of course, we can aim for a collective pleasure. Not of course, we can aim for a collective pleasure against this dystopia, against this like idea that the digital is creating inequality. And I really like what Maisa said about reclaiming, about refusing, because it's not that we are doomed to that, but the idea is that our embodiment and our subjectivity, so the micro-computing of our life, what we do every day, is also creating another kind of foundation that it can be reclaimed for a different purpose. So the book will be a kind of collective journaling. I don't want to talk about my autoethnography. I just wanted to break through the academic bubble and think like, okay, what can we create as a kind of like reclaiming the right to the city, reclaim the pleasure, refuse the authoritarian shadow banning by Meta, or refuse also the macro and micro computational forces that are imposed by other platforms. It's a lot. That sounds well. So we can have few examples that will be also the ideal chapters. So if you think about food, that will be interesting to have a discussion, like when you think about psycho-digital geography and food, what do you think about? I always think about grocery delivery or dark stores or TikTok queues and bed rotting. Because sorry. So after the ADE, I opened Uber Eats and they were like recovering bundle for ADE people at a very cheap, modest price of 18 euros for an amazing bowl. And then I was like, wow, thank you for suggesting me that. Another one was during the Euro Cup that they were like, hey, the football super deals week. But also when I was bed rotting, they suggested me a dildo at some point on Instagram, and I was like, well, that's pretty accurate, but I'm not sure if I wanna purchase it now. So that's what I intend with that, but then it's not. There was another one that, do you think is a good chef gnocchetti al ragù? Or is a stump pot? I think it's a stump pot. But that's funny because I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna buy now because I spent 30 minutes looking for food. I'm depressed now in my bed. And also when you need paracetamol, that's a very nice conversation with a friend of mine. She was like, well, wine and bubbles better. And there is a easy sleep. If you find it there is wine and bubble better than apothec. So I found it very interesting as a flattening of our sensorial experience when you are bed rotting and you want to eat. And slut. Then there are also more, let's say, what I think like more production of the urban space. So what Lefebvre said that, well, we also produce urban space if we claim one particular, let's say, public space or like a restaurant. And here we can see that there are amazing TikTok queues in Amsterdam, also for bakery, for sourdough, for 7 euros, very cheap. But that's also what is meant to be with this idea of like, the digital geography of commercial platforms define this kind of rhythm or journeys in the city. It's not. Then I think it was funny because once I was like trying to do a bit of observation, so I went to one fling shop. But also I found myself struggling when I'm calling Uber and I have to recognize what a Nissan Honda Focus looks like, that I always go there and like, are you a Nissan Honda or who are you? But then I am also in the middle of a storm outside of a club, so I'm not really happy with this service. But there are people happy in the middle of like a losing momentum. That was in Hong Kong. And then during the protests, and then they were calling Uber Eats because of course they need to feed themselves during a protest. So that's another kind of like the dimension that I would like to explore more. Sorry, there's a lot. And then there is also online dating that I think it's quite interesting in terms of like how you can, let's say, exemplify psychodigital geography. Thank you. And then there is an amazing example of Amazon dating if you want to explore it. Like you can buy stuff on Amazon, you can date, you can like just type hot singles near me and you can have a lot of choice and they will be delivered. I will let you guess if it's real or not. But there are other amazing things that you can do on online dating and have a clear recursive relationship with the space. So this is Breeze. You have a doodle that for me is a nightmare. I don't know if it's the same for you, but then when you are like already dating, you can buy a drink. You can already decide when you are available and then you go to the bar and then you don't waste time chatting with your actually meeting. So that's also a kind of efficiency that the digital platforms are proposing to us. And then I was like trying to define what is binge city, but I found it interesting because it can be a portmanteau between binge and bitch. So Tinder binge city, but I just define it, so it's I just made it up. But I think that's also an interesting like reverberation of our micro like computing activities on our phone that has a clear effect on the space, or at least direct. Thank you. Stop. What is that? The urbanism. I have other ideas that is also about Funda, Airbnb, or selling Beverly Hills. And then the idea, of course, that we can observe on Funda what we would like to purchase. But I also think that it's interesting how like television is selling the idea that buying Beverly Hills is like a kind of vastgoedschap, like something for real estate. And then we just, we are merely voyeur or an observer of that. So we are not even the flaneur. We are not really walking in the street, but we are daydreaming about that. And then example of Airbnb can be found like in different cities, like those are the keys to contain Airbnb. Last, maybe. And then on Funda you put a filter for rent, and then the filter was like 1,300, and I found 3 places, and probably are garages, so they're not even places. So that was like my experiences on Funda to look up for places with the range. But then, of course, you can also, enjoy these parties, paranoia, violence in that. So you could live there if you can afford it. Slut. So the question is like, okay, we need to refuse in a way. We need to reclaim technology, or at least it's a call. And then the idea is to avoid the banalization of the content and space. So we don't want to be the society of the spectacle in that sense. I think I'm done. I'm not sure. Yes, I'm done. Perfect. Thank you. I will stay here for questions.
Thank you, Leti. You can stay, you can go, as you prefer. I am going to ask you, is it okay if people have their questions, that they keep them until the end? Because we will have a general Q&A later. But we're almost going into a break to not make the first part of the program too very long. But moreover, before we go into that, we've just watched Tommaso doing some amazing live mixing and Salome doing the sound. So I'm going to hand the mics and we're going to focus a little bit on the infrastructure that we have here, because we don't want to just take this for granted, but show what we're doing and be very clear about that. So here's the mic to Tommaso.
Thank you. Thank you, Salome, and thank you, Jordi, also. It's definitely a collective effort. But I'm going to be very quick because I think you all deserve a break. Yeah, I don't know, we are in The Void. The Void is a research project. It's made of different people. And the whole idea is to try to research online video, and by researching it, try to do it. Mainly this is the site dedicated to live stream, and we are now live streaming on 2 different platforms. One very mainstream, that is Twitch, and one that is not very mainstream, that is PeerTube, and one is working amazingly and one is not working very well. I'm not going to say which one is which, of course. But then we are actually very happy. This is actually our first live stream on PeerTube, on a self-made server in Krakow. And we are trying to experiment with different way of doing it. Usually you see a live stream and someone, or like you see an event, because this is a bit the hybridity of it, and you see someone in the back there trying to make everything very smooth. We are on stage trying to make everything very glitchy. So it's exactly the opposite, but by doing it, hopefully when it's glitchy you understand. I mean, of course, it can be difficult to understand why, but you realize that something is happening and there is not just a very awkward silence trying to tap the fit to wait for the thing to be fixed. Exactly. But do you want to say something else? Jordi, did you want to say something? The PeerTube instance is a link. I cannot say it out loud, but maybe I can do this and show you. And so this is Twitch. Boo Twitch. We're not going to show that. For who doesn't know, PeerTube is basically an alternative to YouTube. I don't know if you know Mastodon. That's a federated version of a social network where you type things, and PeerTube is the same thing but for video. And we are live, and now we are live, and I'm gonna remove the audio. No, it doesn't care. So maybe we can keep this and no, because if we put the audio, it's gonna be a nightmare. But maybe we're gonna just wait to be looped, and then we can all take a break. I also really want a break. No, it's yeah, it's going. And yeah, so this is the link. ispkrakow.pl WCZ9 and sorry, that was yes. Yeah, I mean, there is a serious part of it. Thanks, Joseph, for remembering that. We are now trying, like, we are on this instance because we are not doing this alone. There are other initiatives around Europe that are doing similar things. One of these is based in Krakow, where also this server is based, and it's UKRAiNATV. And we are actually very grateful to them because it's also one of the main reasons why we started all of this. But then after other joined from all over Europe at the moment is UK Europe, I guess, and it's from Krakow, then to Amsterdam, then we pass through Kiev, Lithuania, UK, and actually many other places that we hope to create. It's a network. It's called StreamArt Network, and this is the first shape of a actual physical interface, the PeerTube instance. But yeah, go check it out. I can be more precise with that. This is I cannot zoom on a link. Is PeerTube.isp.krakow.pl. Break.
Thank you, Tommaso. We're now going to have a 10-minute break. So if you want to get a drink, check out the zines next door. Please go for it. We are really going to start in 10 minutes again, though. And it's not just anything. We're going to do girl math and hyper-advanced meme theory. So make sure that you will come back here. And even if you want to, during the break, try out the bubbles, the cloud, you can come and do that. The designer Laura is also here, so she'll probably guide your experience. Try the cloud, you can come and do that. The designer Laura is also here, so she'll probably guide your experience.
przedstawienie anachronii w tym właśnie, co przebiega jak eksplozja chronologii. Montaż robi cięcie w tym, co zazwyczaj zespolone i łączy to, co zazwyczaj niepołączone. Powoduje wstrząs i wyzwala ruch. Montaż robi cięcie w tym, co zazwyczaj zespolone. I łączy to, co zazwyczaj niepołączone. Powoduje więc wstrząs i wyzwala ruch. Wstrząs. Jesteśmy poza sobą. Jesteśmy poza sobą. Niepewny wzrok.
Looks like I have one leg. Let's go.
Tak jak i
Hello
to,
everyone. Settle back.
na
We're
co
about
on
to
spogląda.
start. Hello, hello, hello
Niepewny
everyone.
wzrok
Are you going in and out?
i
There
niepewne
are
to,
spots in the front. Come sit and be cozy with
na
us.
co spoglądam. Mam
We're just going to start our
niepewny
second half,
wzrok
which has two more amazing speakers that I'm so excited about.
i niepewne
This one
jest
particularly
to,
because I actually
co
love this trend because I was
patrzę.
really bad at math and am, and now I have an excuse, and that's called girl math. And I cannot wait to hear more about it. So I'm going to welcome our next speaker, Irma Mastenbroek, who's going to talk to
nie są
us
już znane,
about girl
przemieszczają
math.
się.
Irma is a mathematician, and she's doing
Coś
research
nabiera
about this topic and about
nadmiernej
girl
lekkości,
theory in general. And
krąży,
I'm also so interested in this, so I cannot wait to learn with her. So let's go.
Ponieważ
Hola.
miała miejsce eksplozja, więc
Well, let me go
świat
and
jest
be in this. Oh, lovely. Oh, this is nice. Okay, great. Hello. Oh, there she is. Hey, girls. Welcome to your math lecture. Don't worry, it's going to be fun. So maybe if we can switch to the slides a little bit. So today we're going to dive into...
We have to find a word for switching.
I will say click.
Click.
Yeah, click?
Yes.
Click. Like for the meme, I don't know. And today we'll dive into... Oh, no. And also, is there sound? Cool. Amazing. So we will dive into emotional calculus, and then I will also introduce like a mathematical framework that I have made up myself, which is called cyborg category theory. And first we'll dive into what is the TikTok trend girl math. Click.
Have you heard of girl maths?
No.
It's something that makes complete sense to women, but it makes no sense to men.
Okay, let's go.
So, for example, if a girl is carrying cash, whatever she buys is free because it's not real money.
Do you not think like that as well?
No.
Oh, I do.
You're one of them. Here's another example. If she goes to the store and buys a dress for £50, takes it home, ends up not liking it, and then returns it and buys a £30 dress, then she just got £20 for free. She up in profit.
If that made sense, they'd just keep doing it.
That's infinite money, Claude.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So if you, there's like a gazillion of these examples, and what it basically grew to be is women, or girls in this case, not women actually, sorry, girls that are justifying each other's spending behavior to each other. So for an unnecessary purchase, you can just say like, oh, but actually it was kind of worth it because, and then you do some like illogical logic and it all makes sense now and we're happy. Click. So the question we could ask is like, is girl math mathing though? So like, is it true? So I said, okay, so if X is the set of clothes at a store, then the two items can be defined as X is the dress and Y is the shirt. And then we have a function, which is the action of returning a dress or an item of clothes back to the store. And this maps from the objects to the real numbers, and then specifically the positive real numbers, because we're getting money back. So the f of x is 50, the f of y is 30. Well, upon the return of the item and the picking of a new one, which is the y, then profit is defined as the f of x minus I. Why not? So in girl math, the process looks like f of x, which is the returning of the item x, yields a shirt y plus 20, where it's 20 in profit. And then we have a little square, which in math means QED. We proved it. So good. Girl math works. Click. Oh, we have sound again.
You scan and pay, it's free. Because that money was already there.
I'm never gonna have money. Never.
What do you mean?
This is your mindset when you go to a store? Honestly, is this how you...
This is just how girl math works.
Girl math isn't a thing!
Oh. Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know you were gonna be angry. We're just being silly, honestly. Like, it's not... I mean, so the question is girl math dangerous for boys? Because it seems like boys respond sometimes pretty bad to girl math. And in order to explain why that is, first we'll dive into... Click. Next slide. Which is my favorite dictionary of this whole critical girl theory, made by Mela and Mita and published by this institute. We get a boy is anyone or anything that embodies hegemonic, heteronormative, and patriarchal ideologies and who loves rationality, logic, and capitalism. A girl is anyone or anything that exists in opposition to hegemonic structures. Yeah, perfect. Boy tasks are tasks that are stereotypically seen as better performed by men than by women, e.g. fixing a car, but also bizarre tasks related to male-dominated fields like trading crypto. Doing something the boy way is doing something in a rational, affect-depleted, boring, normie way. And to silify is to propose a glitch to the hegemonic modes of doing and being, to perform actions, tasks, and relations in performatively silly ways that oppose neoliberal and patriarchal values. But shh, because we're being silly, that's all. It's like a shield, okay? We can use it. But yeah, are we anti-patriarchy? Yeah, a little bit. So, next slide, please. Click. So what does this article say about girl math? I really love this article, by the way. Silly girl theory for everyone who wants to read it. While girl math can be deemed as nothing more than a shallow joke, we refuse to ignore its political potency. See, what the silly girl is doing here is she is refusing the seriousness of money. She sillifies all things that neoliberal capitalism holds so dear. It is at this point that all the remaining boy readers clench their fists and run away. By hating on the boy, she's hating on notions of logic, seriousness, and money, and thereby glitching the wider system that rules our neoliberal reality. So I mean, that's what we're up for today. Click. This is going well. So that's me, a little kitty cat studying math. And I asked myself this question when I was studying: is like, is mathing? Because a lot of the math that we get in school is actually boy math. So it's a lot with numbers and about like prices of things and like, I don't know, like things that we don't all care too much about. And I was kind of asking myself, like, is it really so true, math? Or is it more like a construct? Because mathematics feels completely constructed in the same way that like grammar is true. You know, like, if someone makes a whole paragraph and they use correct grammar, you wouldn't say that their paragraph is now true because it's true grammar, right? And people do tend to make this like shift when it is about math, whereas math is like a language to talk about structure, and you don't really need to be correct in order to be able to do it, right? As we showed in like our girl math example, where you can basically just define a truth around something, or like you can construct a mathematical world in which the thing that you want to prove holds true, because you are the designer of this space. So that's true in all math, and yeah, I wanted to take that and sort of merge it with this idea of girl math. Click. Perfect. So there we go. Now comes the math. Cyborg category theory by the daddy of this field, It was described. There was Saunders McLean. It's described as general abstract nonsense, which seems kind of perfect for girl math. And what it basically is, it's like a new field of mathematics that is, if you imagine mathematics to be a tree, where like the tree trunk are the axioms of mathematics, and then like all the different branches branch out into different fields of mathematics, then normally if you would like to prove something on the other side of the tree, you would have to like climb through the tree and go all the way there. But category theory is kind of like as if you define the air around the tree. So you don't have to go through the tree anymore. You can basically just like talk to some other mathematician on another branch and be like, hey, how is your problem looking like? And then they're like, oh, it's a little bit like this. And then you're like, oh my God, same. I have the same problem over here. And then they're like, okay, come over and like solve it here. And then you can solve it over there and take your solution with you and like apply it to your own problem, which is great, like really amazing. And I think it kind of opened up this possibility of like metaphorical proofing. So you can basically just, because it's intuitively, it's how we explain things to each other as well. Because you have something that you want to explain, but like it's too hard to explain it to the person. So what you do is you make an example that they can understand, and you're like, see how it works over there? That's how it works over here as well. And then the person is like, oh yeah, yeah. So it makes sense as a logic to do that. And so I was like, let's just take it there. So click. What is category theory? So basically categories are things that are more or less like sets, but they're better. Like they're more abstract and they're like a little bit more fluid. Because in a set you're supposed to throw things in there that are like of the same type, whereas like a category is kind of different because it consists of objects and morphisms. That's it. So you just have objects that can be anything that you want, but normally it will be, for instance, something like numbers or sets, but not individual numbers, but like the concept of numbers. And then morphisms are like the connections between those objects. And then for a category, what needs to happen is that composition needs to hold. So if F morphs A into B and G morphs B into C, then applying G after F should be A into C. So it says more or less something about like if you change something and the rest needs to change with it, because otherwise things don't make sense anymore. And then identity, which is that each object needs to have a like self mapping morphism. Click. So now we look a little bit at cyborgian logic as per Donna Haraway. We all know her, of course. It's mother for us here today. So a cyborg is a cybernetic organism, a hybrid of machine and organism, a creature of social reality as well as a creature of fiction. So as mentioned earlier today in another talk as well, is the cyborg transcends the dualisms and the harsh binaries that have long defined human existence, such as logical and emotional, physical and non-physical, and true and false. And that's really great, and it's some like ideology or like a thinking that I wanted to infuse into mathematics, because sometimes mathematics, the way in which it is wrong is very often because it is too rigid for our world. So if we somehow take these like super rigid structures, but we apply them to very fuzzy concepts, then we might create enough like ambiguity in order for like more profound logics to still be mathematically phrasable. Click. Oh, I'm out. We're all out. Oh yeah, there we are. So specifically, a nice definition, I think, is how Donna Haraway looks at irony. So she says, irony is about contradictions that do not resolve into larger wholes, even dialectically, about the tension of holding two or more incompatible things together because both or all are necessary and true. So this is something that I wanted to encapsulate into the construction of this new mathematical field. Click. So actually kind of the same as what we saw earlier, but the object in our cyborg category are cyborgs. And I chose this specifically because you can more or less take anything as a cyborg. So a tree can be a cyborg, or a group of people, or a feeling, or like a particular circumstance, or like anything that you would name anything. In my thing is a cyborg, right? So it's like nice and fluid category. And then the morphisms are the relationships between cyborgs. And then the two satisfied requirements must hold. Click. So let's have an example, which is I try to explain girl math as a joke in this diagram, more or less. So the girl math joke is our first object, which is an assertion that deliberately ignores basic arithmetic in favor of a soothing outcome. The boy reaction is the emotional or intellectual response from men who perceive girl math as nonsensical or deliberately irrational. And then the girl's satisfaction comes from the fact that the stereotypical boy reaction is ritualized, an instinctive defense of logic that the girl was expecting. His reaction is proving her underlying thesis. So that's perfect. Click. And now morphisms are basically like relations between them. They don't have to be overly well defined, but like in my case I gave them little names. So you say a girl math joke evokes the boy reaction, which yields the girl satisfaction, which then incentivizes more girls to make girl math jokes. Perfect. Okay, next slide. There's also boy math. So what would like a similar thing... I love this. So what would a similar thing be in boy math, right? So I thought, or actually ChatGPT, shout out. Well constructed example. The first object here is tax evasion, which is socially damaging and immoral behavior by the ultra-rich. Then society's reaction is, of course, anger, because everyone else pays their taxes and then these ultra-rich people don't, which seems stupid and illogical. And then the rich boy satisfaction comes from the fact that everyone else was too stupid to, stop them in their act. Like they kind of knew that this bad response of society was coming, but they did all their legal homework and they now just feel better and richer than everyone else, thus fueling their ego. Click. And we can make the same diagram, more or less. I mean, I also gave them the same names, but you, I guess, don't even have to. So tax evasion evokes society's reaction, which yields rich boy satisfaction, which then incentivizes more boys to do tax evasion. Click. And now what category theory is really good at is kind of, this what I drew now is called a functor. So it's basically like, if one structure and another structure are like similar enough, then you can say like that they are kind of same-ish. And the word, like the mathematical word for kind of same-ish is isomorph. So now you know that. And and in this case, girl math joke maps to tax evasion, and you just say, because they are both, I don't know, same-ish, I don't know, under a certain translation, right? So you're allowed to make this jump and just say how you did it. And then the boy reaction and the society's reaction are also like of the same texture, of the same stuff, like they're made of the same whatever concept. And the girl satisfaction and the rich boy satisfaction quite obviously also do that. And and I think what this type of thinking really opens up is this idea that we can mathematically, because now I didn't do any like mathematical notation, but you can do the whole thing in like ultra good, solid mathematics. Like you do nothing wrong basically when you write all of this stuff down in math, and it's just that your application is like more or less fuzzy, but then the response you'll be getting from people who are more rigorous in their mathematics is that they will tell you, yeah, but you're making a really stupid example that doesn't really work the same way that your model is working, which is more or less the point of doing girl math in the first place, is to make them say that. I'm glad you get it. Click. So, yeah, so I would call it subversive proofs. So it's like the girl is doing subversive proofs to dismantle boy math. And girl math uses proof by subversion to undermine boy math's proof by intimidation. Girls use the master's tools, logic and rigidity, to provoke the master to dismantle his own house. Okay. Oh no! Okay, wait, we have to give it a... Uh-oh. Again. Yeah. Okay, she allows herself the pleasure of rigorously defining social patterns she observes, proving herself right by construction, because there's not one mathematical principle that stops her from being silly and mathematically correct. Yay! And that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irma. That was great, and my first math class lesson that I enjoyed. This is a first. Thank you. And again, save your questions for the end. I would like now to welcome a INC. Oh, where is Idil? Oh, okay. Sorry, I cannot see you. You're right behind the camera. Idil Galib, who is also the editor of Two Meme Readers. You might know her work. And Idil is going to talk us about mimetic auto theory. Very curious, what is that? So Idil, come on up, let us know.
I tried this out already. I think this is the best way to sit. Hello. That was really good, so I'm kind of worried about following that amazing talk with my boring talk, so we'll see how this goes. Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to conceptualize or theorize what happens when we start relating to ourselves through memes. So I'm interested in what happens once memes become part of our self-knowledge, part of how we understand ourselves, and so on. This is based on an essay that I wrote for a really great artist's work. Her name is Sarah Bezosek, and the work itself is called A Life of Its Own. So the whole idea behind the presentation or behind the talk is based on this essay that I wrote for her work. So we can, I guess, click. So maybe I can explain the work first. So Sarah's kind of done these studies basically of how blockbusters are memed, and she does basically 3 to 4 studies which become kind of web pages, and she uses memes, GIFs, YouTube playlists, other sorts of digital ephemera to reconstruct what these blockbusters plots are. So the one that obviously really interests me is American Psycho because of its kind of role in meme culture. I try to theorize this kind of overarching cultural sensibility or this practice that I think is very common nowadays, and I call it mimetic auto theory. But I wanted to also frame it using this kind of new book that came out that I really liked called Immediacy. So some of you might already have read it, some of you might hate it. I really like it. So I used it to kind of frame my discussion. What Corn Blue, which is she's the author of this book, what she defines this kind of age with is this idea of too late capitalism. She says that we live in a sort of blurred condition. Everything's immediate, and there aren't really distinct kind of borders between past and present, self and other, reality and fiction, and so on. So I've kind of used that blurred condition to make sense of these kind of narratives that we build through memes about ourselves, or plural selves. So maybe we can... I'm gonna start out by kind of defining what auto theory is, in case you haven't heard of it. So auto theory is a literary style that blends personal narrative, self-reflection, and critical theory. It's most notably characterized by the personal essay in contemporary discourse. It's often kind of exalted as messy, democratic, vulnerable, truthful, but at the same time it's also has been described as messy and too vulnerable and too democratic. Here's some examples of what these examples of auto-theoretical books. So I kind of provocatively put Freud there, the interpretation of dreams. I feel like it's like one of the first auto-theoretical books. So the whole idea is that you take your self experience in the world as one of your kind of primary sources in order to theorize what you want to theorize. Obviously, here's some other ones, like Testo Junkie is kind of the famous book that really, I think, made auto theory popular. And then we have Maggie Nelson's Argonauts, and of course Gio Tolentino's Trick Mirror. You might have come across like auto theory through The Cut, if anyone knows The Cut, that magazine. They often publish a lot of personal essays that seem to be a little bit too vulnerable or too close for comfort, and they use those kind of experiences as a way to, I don't know, talk about the world, about some social or political reality. You. So I wanted to kind of make a certain connection between auto theory and as well as auto fiction in digital culture by showing you a kind of screenshot of all the Get Ready With Me Storytime TikTok compilations that are over, like, I mean, there's one that's over an hour long, half an hour, 45 minutes of just people talking about what's happened to them or some sort of story from their life and using it to make usually some bigger point. So the reason why I did this is I think auto theory is an everyday part, a part of our everyday lives, and it's become a kind of a cultural sensibility that I think is quite popular, and it's a sort of practice or a process that I see often in digital cultural media. So what is mimetic auto theory? So the reason why I kind of moved towards the idea of mimetic auto theory is that my argument is based on the fact that nowadays we understand ourselves a lot through memes or mimetic captions, and we also use memes to theorize about ourselves and also to relate to ourselves, our emotions, and how we feel about our very mundane, banal kind of moments. I kind of call that the Quizletification of the human soul. So thinking about like the BuzzFeed quiz, you know, the terror of co-star, TikTok aesthetics, these all kind of work to basically give you a good read or read on your personality. So I think this whole like auto-theoretical moment in digital culture really started with BuzzFeed, where you could kind of like find out what kind of bread you were with like 10 questions and so on and so forth. So there's a quiz for everything basically, and you can kind of build a self or multiple selves using BuzzFeed quizzes. I think this kind of relates back to this idea that, again, this is like something that I made up when I was making these slides, but this kind of idea of the qualitative self in opposition to the quantitative self, if anyone remembers what that is. But the quantitative self, or the quantified self, in the 2000s was this kind of movement in which you could track every kind of moment of your life through wearable technologies. Is a very kind of Silicon Valley American idea that you can hack yourself and hack your life by using wearable technologies, tracking your steps, tracking your kind of heart rate, and kind of constructing this like almost like homunculus, this like other self, just based off of data. And I guess maybe this also kind of goes back to the girl math discussion, that I feel like the quantified self is very like boy mathy, and what I say the qualitative self, what I call the qualitative self, is like very girl mathy, because it's all about telling stories about yourself. And the idea is that this ultimately relates to the dialectical relationship between the urge to yap, which is, the qualitative part, and the urge to max, like looks max, etc., using kind of data to make yourself better. So based on this idea, the discussion kind of goes back to the fact that we construct multiple kind of plural selves, these avatars that talk to each other through memes. They manifest themselves through iterations of your previous memes and memories of kind of previous content cycles. I also think this is kind of where we've ended up in a sort of fully immersed platform capitalism, where the only thing you need to know about yourself is that you like this meme or that meme, that gets like algorithmically amplified. So here's some examples that I think are really interesting, because it seems like Patrick Bateman is like the go-to so-called Sigma personality for a lot of people to relate to. They use like Patrick Bateman's like mimetic double as a kind of avatar, and through which they like they can kind of make the avatar talk, like as if the person itself is talking. So these are just some examples that I thought was like quite weird and mundane. So I'm just like Patrick Bateman, except I don't kill people, I just... This is why I don't like the patriarchy. I just share my unwanted movie opinions until it gets uncomfortable. Or life is short. If you have a crush on someone, walk right up to them, then a little past them, and then just keep going. It's probably not worth it. So I think these are like really interesting examples of like mimetic auto-theorization, in which you take some sort of literary figure and then you make them talk about some like really mundane, banal thing, and then that way you can kind of get to know yourself, or your emotional reactions, your real self, or how you really feel with, these like feelings that you can't really share with anyone else, not being able to talk to your crush, etc. So this is the other person, the other literary figure that I think is quite interesting. So Pearl is like, I think, the like female like Patrick Bateman character. So I think this is also like a good example of how a lot of people like relate to their like delusional self, or their kind of unstable self. It's through Pearl memes. And overall, I guess mimetic auto theory is like a cultural tendency. This is what I'm trying to get at, through which you can create algorithmic selves, blurred, indistinct, and networked histories of yourself that plays nice with the platform. So I guess kind of the work in progress part of this whole thing is theorizing the connection between memes as kind of technologies of the self and how algorithms play a part in that kind of self-knowing through memes. So I also think that one of the reasons why memes have become like a primary tool of self-knowledge is because they play pretty well with platform ideology, as in algorithmic cycles. So the algorithmic recommendation systems can churn up these kind of pipelines in which you move from one meme to the next, and you kind of create this like mimetic double in which you're making you're interacting with the memes, and you're kind of creating an avatar that has a life of its own. The final, I guess one of my final kind of points is that the power of mimetic auto theory can alter the face of a figure and bend it to the will of the introspective masses. So the idea is that Patrick Bateman, maybe we can click to the next one. I think I've got some more. So Patrick Bateman is a failed alpha, obviously, right? He is this kind of person, if you're not familiar with what like alphas are, there's these kind of like weird categories that people come up with online to, I guess, order people's personalities. So the alpha is meant to be very strong, tough, kind of this sort of, classically, I guess, masculine, hetero, cis male personality, but then there's also this other kind of phenomenon called sigmas, right? Sigmas are these men they're the strong silent type, right? That they are people who have like a very rich inner life, but they don't let anyone else know. Ryan Gosling is often used as a kind of stand-in for the ultimate sigma. Him in Drive, which is like this movie that I guess is like the kind of sigma movie. So basically this is what a sigma is. But what's interesting is that Patrick Bateman's kind of this like facial gesture that he's doing in up here, it's been kind of popularized as the so-called sigma face, a furrowing of the brows and the pursing of the lips, and some sort of like ironic smugness. It's a gestural meme that has been really associated with Patrick Bateman, which I find to be really kind of weird and an example or a sign that mimetic auto theory, so this like kind of theorization of yourself through memes and through literary figures, is quite common. So much so that a man, a literary figure here, who is basically a failed alpha, a person who tries to be an alpha and like fails miserably, is then kind of reimagined as a sigma. So someone that doesn't fail but has this like really rich inner life that other people don't get. So if we can, what happens through like this process of mimetic auto theory is that literary figures such as Bateman, they become completely unmoored from their literary origins and kind of complete a sort of personhood online. They become a stand-in for plural selves, for a sense of like a sort of communal projection and a ludic individuation. Overall, you have kind of non-ironic projections of young men and boys struggling with values and ideas around masculinity that like manifest in these sorts of memes. And Bateman ultimately becomes a shadow self for the ludic community online. finally, this is my as I want to end is I think we all live in a sort of content regime that wants us to keep digging inward further and further and further down. It asks us to share stories about ourselves constantly, to share all of these like immediate moments of our lives, and to relate to images, videos, mimetic captions, and templates quite intensely. The idea through the platform is that there's always more of yourself to explore and to expose. And my final kind of thought is that I think mimetic auto theory makes content farmers of us all. That's it. Thank you.
Into the ball pit. Thank you so much, Adil. That was very eye-opening to my, one way of relating to memes. I guess I have some thinking to do, some more introspection. So we have reached the end of the presentations. Is anyone here would like to ask a question to Idil, to Irma, to Leticia if you were here before the break? Maybe you just want to share something about the evening, how the talks relate to each other, Sepp?
Yeah, I also wanted to maybe, I don't know if Irma and Leticia and Idil is I guess still here, but if they could maybe come here.
Yeah, good idea.
People have in the meantime, I can just point out that we were very pleasantly interrupted by some sound checking before, which was an announcement of the club night that will take place downstairs. We have developed a practice of dancing with memes, and if you haven't experienced it before, I can really recommend sticking around and joining us for the rest of the evening. Meanwhile, our speakers have arrived, so maybe we can, start taking some questions, if there are any. If you can come, please, here, because then the people online can also hear what you're asking.
So I really enjoyed the last presentation as a failed alpha. But I was wondering too, as you're mentioning algorithmic cycles and stuff, and it made me very curious, like how these structures are really like replicating in social media and stuff, like because I really see the focus and attention on the rhetorics of it, on the qualitative side, but I was wondering if you were also looking into actually measuring the quantitative implications of these patterns.
I don't have the skills to do that, but I work with some people who do it. So they do the kind of measuring. I do more of the waffling. But yeah, thanks. Sorry, should I have continued? Maybe this is like part of like being a good public speaker, is that you can keep going on.
Good. Are there any other questions? Can you please come forward?
I have a question for Idil. I actually think, like, I've also been parallel thinking about the concept of self-expression. And I'm sort of... Okay. The pink one, Slay. I've been like wondering whether it's helping us express ourselves better, or is it like isolating us because we can now only express ourselves to a very like niche hyper online community and probably can't express ourselves to the actual IRL people that could help us or we can actually talk to.
Okay, merhaba, thank you. So I think maybe I'll start from the end bit of your question. I think it, so you said like whether or not like memes stop us from talking to IRL people or people who could, you know, people who don't share, you know, your algorithmic feed. I think, okay, maybe that might be the case, but I think also we're obviously living in a pretty so-called post-digital world where those kind of boundaries don't make sense a lot. And I think all the people who don't really maybe get memes or don't kind of aren't familiar with this kind of templatic sort of thinking, they're kind of dying out slowly. So I think, I mean, I think that's just, so one of the things that I was trying to understand when I was writing this is that, is this a new thing or is it just like a kind of remixed version of something that we already have been doing for ages, which is this kind of, this practice of communicating with each other based on templates. So there's lots of different templates that we use in daily life that aren't internet memes, but they're perhaps mimetic in like this kind of Dawkinsian way. But so I think whether or not they're doing anything, I think maybe it's not the memes, but it's the platform that does something to us. So we've, a friend of mine, we've been kind of trying to understand how the idea of like moods and vibes online and how that relates to, you know, the everyday experience of like a person. So I think rather than memes, I think what has happened is that culture has become quite templatic, quite mimetic in its sense, and the platform kind of makes it all a little bit worse, I think, because of the way that the recommendations occur. So I don't know if they're like memes are doing something bad or good. Maybe they're doing something bad to us. I don't know. I think.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question for Idil or another speaker? There's someone there with the glasses in the front.
I have a question to Girl Math Girl. First of all, congratulations on explaining set categories good and understandable. This is an achievement. But to Girl Math, I've come to think that reducing girlhood through memes, through the femme manipulator type shit on Tumblr, isn't that just infantilization of women experience? What?
Excellent question. I'm really happy that you asked it. I think it's a very, like me, when I first saw Girl Math, I wasn't stoked because I'm a girl and a mathematician, and I was like, what the fuck, you know? But I think eventually I saw it in exactly the same way as I see the word slutty. Like if you tell someone else that they look slutty, it's like derogatory and it doesn't sound very nice. But if you say it about yourself, like, oh, I'm like in a super slutty mood, I just need to, I'm in my slutty era, like that's completely fine because you do it to yourself. So I think that Girl Math maybe is on the same sort of like, and I think it is doing the self-infantilization to such an overextension that you cannot really come back to it. Like I think it's more or less, I see it as like a pink fluffy shield against criticism. So it's like, because you're already saying, yeah, but it's just girl math, you silly. Like it makes it harder to oppose or like to have anything against it because it's so fluffy and cute, and you do it on purpose. Like, this is the whole entire idea of girl as an online entity, is like on purpose exaggerating a type of vulnerability. But I think, yeah, it's not like, I think the whole world of girl is not like a feminist well thought out critique or something, right? Like, it's like a swarm logic that just catches on to people. So yeah, I do think it's infantilizing, and I think it's very powerful at the same time.
Does anybody have one last question for Letizia, who just joined us? Quick question. Oh, there's no. People keep, like, I don't know, touching their hair, and then I'm like, are you raising your hand? Yeah, Sepp has one.
Yeah, I don't want to take anyone else's, but okay. I really like this idea of psychodigital geography, but I also wondered, like, the situation is they had these kind of practices and experiments, right, where they would, like, go and take a walk in Paris and strictly follow the map of Berlin, and then figure out what happens on the way. And this was their method of practicing psychogeography. Can we go out and do psychodigital geography together today in Amsterdam?
That's a very nice question. But because I think, like, also with slut urbanism, what we were thinking is this, like, the idea of you can do that if you glitch the psychodigital geography. So an example can be, in Amsterdam, luckily there are no, like, the what is it in English, like the patiné, the monopattino, the small thing, the scooter, thank you. The patino. So there are no these things, but let's say that if we put a fake QR code on the scooters, and instead of direct them to the Lime, or I don't know, there are many platforms, we direct them to slut urbanism, that will be a dérivé, a détourné. That's what they were doing, like, to indeed to disrupt the map and to use something else, and then to actually reclaim or refuse, or for instance, when we were thinking about what kind of tactics you have against shadow banning, you can also use different symbols to avoid to write the word on Instagram and then, like, glitch the system. So that can be what, and I talk, we also with Yingtu, we were thinking, like, what can it be a glitch in that practice. So that will be, like, the idea that we can also, of course, like, look up Funda, but then you can also use Funda for different purpose. It can be about squatting, you never know. There are all the details there, so how many square meters is there? You never know how they use it. So that would be the idea of, like, both the reclaiming and, like what you said, that like, if I am a slut, I can say it, and then I can, and then I think Connie wants to say something.
Plan a kidnap through being a Uber delivery, so you know who, like, where rich people lives. You know?
It's very bad for stalking also. So that would be like a kind of, yeah, I think a glitch is a nice interruption, or like irregularity in this binary thing. And then, of course, cities are quite planned, and then the effect of urban planning is also debatable, because for whom you are planning, what you're doing, and then the concept of smart is very disturbing for me. So what kind of city wants to be stupid? That's how I always say it, like smart city, like you're so smart. And then, like, if I am a stupid city, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna die. Okay.
Do you want to say something? Oh, okay, sorry. No, Seb, do you have any final words? Okay, I just want to conclude. I think it was really great to hear from all these speakers in works of progress and final, from AIs to humanoids to glitches and reclaiming and girl math and memes. And I think this was a wonderful expression of what INC does and around INC. And I would like to thank everyone here. I'd like to thank you for filling this room, and the zine, and all the people that are there, and all the team. that made this happen and you for being here. I also want to, let you know that now we are gonna open the dance floor in very soon. We still have the zine fair, so catch the last zines before it closes. These are one of a kind. That's the beauty of alternative publishing. So I would invite you to all to go dance together with us downstairs until the building closes. So have fun. Thank you, everyone.
So we also kind of like still curate or select
Thanks. One more time.
One more time. Thank, thank the voice, thank the house, thank the dark matter. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you all the theorists and theorists and proto-theorists and meta-theorists and theorize every theory in your life and stay with us, be with us
and Echo Bass from our archive is playing in the background, Echo Bass
and breaking the wall between past, future and other tenses. Thank you very much and keep the frame of your life, keep audio-visual performance going on.
Reframe your life.
Create and break the boundaries of your mind. You can do everything.
Next we are going to Paris.
Bless.
Why not?
Bless.
Bless Where you wanna go with me? To Paris or to Lviv?
Bless you.
Take me to.
Take you to everywhere.
To the everywhere. Everywhereing.
There is place for you. You can come and sit with us. Be through the frame. Re, meta, cross, inter.
echo bass in the background playing for you. Good night, good night, good night, good night.
Floor is void.
We're still alive. Void is void.
Void is lava. Do not avoid the void.
And greetings to Konrad Wojnowski.
Konrad Wojnowski. Chair for you and your
throne for you.
Theory of new life. Yeah. Bomb was strong. We will dive into and keep every particle alive.